Good morning, folks, and happy Friday. Today, we're going to be returning to Kara no Sojo. I figure have it be the bookends for the week. Start off on Monday, do some Santa Salazar, and then end the week with it. There it is. But check this out, while we're on the topic. Let me turn this music off. Hit Kara no Sojo up. Parental advisory, explicit game. But it's not officially ESRB explicit, so it slips through the cracks. But I keep having right to go back and forth with the audio settings. Because Kara no Sojo is a somewhat quieter game than Santa Salazar, which is really loud. And so I gotta keep the Kara no Sojo audio up here and the Santa Salazar audio down here. But games like this are nice in that they give you like character voice settings to make individuals to tweak their audio levels individually. And check this out. We've got about everybody unlocked. Only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 have not yet been met. So we actually are making pretty decent progress. Even if nothing too much has happened yet, it's been very introductory chapter VN so far, where you go through, meet the major players, and then things happen. We've had a few murders, the couple you start off with, and then one more body found. And I'm pretty sure, as far as like the major players go, we've met them. There's a few left that we haven't. But they'll come in. Wait, wrong button. I want load, not start. Ah! Off to a great start already. Exit. Title screen. And let me make sure, before I advance too much, that my butterflies are working. Okay, good. I'll need those especially today. The last time we had to butterfly for one murder, which was a bit more sex and violence with the emphasis on sex that I remembered. But especially for the one mandatory sex scene, from here on out, right? From here on out, the sex scenes are entirely optional and completely fatal. If we end up having good, intimate times with anybody, that means her, or I, or the both of us are about to die. What it is in a roguey game, it's in a roguey game in which you really don't want to end up having sex, because that's your biggest indicator that you're on a bad end. So what happened? Where did we leave off on Monday? There was a third body. We got some IDs in. Inokashira Park corpse. Arm, leg, head. I don't think I got a clear ID on that one yet. But it might be a couple of bodies. And it might be Yui. Tama Cemetery corpse. Had an abortion? Right. Lastly, we just discovered that these missing girls have all had abortions. And we found their clinic, we found the hospital, and the doctor that performed them. And according to her, these girls weren't speaking in terms of fondness for the fathers. So it's a possibility that all these victims might have been further victims of a forced prostitution ring targeting schoolgirls. We don't know. But we are getting more evidence. We're on evidence, more leads. More webs to pull on. Also the possibility that this crime relates to the crime from what, 6-7 years ago that took the main character's fiancé away.
兄さん、起きましたか？朝ごはんはどうしますか？
Today is Wednesday, right? I think it's Wednesday, because there's this build up to us being the chaperone for the art club, going to a museum.
あら兄さん、覚えていないん
Today's
です
the
か？
day after all,
今日は
good.
美術館へ行く日ですよ。仕方のない方ですね。
No murders,
準
no
備をしておきま
violence.
すから、早く起きてきてくださいね。
Just escorting our Imoto and her friends. A little bit of culture. You would have forgotten. Oh my goodness, I haven't forgotten. Mori Yorisuke. Supposedly Yui's boyfriend. And last seen snooping about the hospital.
見ればすぐにわかると思います。
Which Toko is this? Given the sarcasm, I think it's Toko the Lesser. Yeah, Mizuhara.
3人だけですからね。
先生らしさを発揮したいんだろうさ。
Is it just me? Or is Toko the greatest words in bold? Is that to show that she's speaking in more masculine terms? More masculine style? Because Reiji speaks in bold as well.
どこ？こちら側から見ていくとしようか。ええ。
No, they all speak in bold. I'm just imagining things. I'm trying to look for patterns that aren't there. It's like in Castle Swimmer. They have two types of W's they use. One which is a normal W, one which is a W with like a joining in the middle, an overlap. And the first time you see the overlapping W was for the surface god, right? Speaking to little Siren. So I thought, oh, that W, that's the divine W. Everyone else uses a normal W. And then first Siren starts using the overlapping W. You think, ah, see, that's it. That's the divinity in him. And then everyone uses that W. It's like, oh, wait, never mind. I'm just looking far too deeply into a stylistic choice. Or Zikari. No sense of unity or order. In the museum displays or in... No, he means in this field trip. Stella? We've seen Stella before.
誰？
She doesn't remember the random bystander she's spoken to once in her entire life and then never again last week. I wonder though, if I'm supposed to talk to her a lot.
心臓開催中。
Like I said, I played this years and years ago in the old life, but it's been so many years, I only remember some very, very broad strokes. I don't remember the path it takes to survive to the end.
そう。
Let me give myself a quick tech check. Now that we're 14 minutes in. Good. Things are good in this end.
心臓？そう。
これは間宮心臓が戦前に描いた作品です。繊細な筆使いでありながら大胆な色彩が海外でも高い評価を受けました。
He's been active for a while then if he's pre-war. That's 1956 now.
そしてこちらが戦後広島で描いたというものです。彼は原爆の痕跡が残る街を何ヶ月も歩き、この絵を描いたそうです。
We don't get to see him though.
はい。お仕事だから。今回の間宮心臓展は
Rebirth.
再生をテーマにした作品を主に展示しています。キリストの復活などの宗教画を中心に大阪や倉敷の美術館が所蔵しているものをはじめ 間宮氏本人が所蔵していた絵画も特別に展示させていただいています。
Life or death depicted in it.
こっち。
You don't know, but that's a bit of foreshadowing. I only know that because this is the second play, not even second. Because this is a replay for me. Speaking of which, hold on, let me check something real quick. Over on this end info. Okay. Take that tag off, because it's second, not the first playthrough. Look, how to put it? The documentation matters, alright? It's the girl in the shell! Difficult to describe in words. It's a girl in a black eggshell, surrounded by what appears to be skulls along the sides and tops. And possibly babies below? Maybe babies and skulls? I don't know, Reiji. I think this already counts as hatched.
This is終戦間際に描かれた間宮心臓の最高傑作とも言われる空の少女。
Title drop! Where's the, Oh, this is on Steam, but does it not have the, F12 to screenshot? Well, just take one myself then. But that's it. The game's over. We found the girl in the shell. Everyone's happy.
どうしたの？元気がないようだけれど。少し疲れたのかもしれないね。そろそろ帰りましょうか、兄さん。
Oh yeah, we have since learned Toko does have a condition. Toko the Greater. Toko the Lesser's condition is more just obsessiveness and eroding at her own individuality to become Toko the Greater. May not be identical to Toko. Identical wise it totally is. Only way it's not is that it was painted before the war. Which, Toko being what? Vaguely teenager? Does it have an age on it? Character list? Nah, no age. But if she's a teenager now, and that was painted before the war, then there's no way it's her. But to resemble her, it does. Mother or a relative could have been the model, maybe. But doesn't look like Chizuru. Alright, photographer. No, we're just gonna stop at Moonbrook Cafe, flirt with the mama and her employee. To join the two Tokos. Mori Yorosuke. There? Some places don't allow it, you gotta respect it. You take a photograph of what happens. Some jerk, some creep makes an NFT and destroys the original to create artificial scarcity. Then you could, oh, poor guy, I was gonna say he could cover it as an article. But his job as a photographer, he's literally not allowed though.
誰？
Where's my... This desk is cleaner, but I keep misplacing things. Oh well.
名前。
We never actually introduced Stella. What if we did? What if we visited the museum more often and became friends by this point?
レイジ？
探偵なんすか？
Not a sharp reaction. Maybe he's just
なんで
slower
俺の名前
on
を？
the uptake, you know? I mean, he was dating a high schooler, so his standard for an intellectual level playing field is a bit lower.
ええ、知ってますよ。去年の秋くらいかな。
All of last
公園
year.
にいたところに声をかけて被写体になってもらったんすよ。
That'd be before January then. Is Yui the one who was acting weird around New Year's? Remember the art club missing in the middle of January? Was it the troublemaker? Might have been involved in some kind of incident. No, that wasn't her then. I guess it was Haruka then? Not problematic. Missing this February. Mother passed away in the autumn. It took away the detail that she was acting weird around New Year's. Corpse discovered at Tama Cemetery. Father found a new religion, embezzled alms for followers. Tormented by something. Is prescribed medicine for the same hospital everybody goes to. Mamaya Shinzo, the artist.
なんすか？
Wait a minute, he's not playing dumb. Met her at the park, talk, studied for his photos. But he's not talking in terms of her having been gone missing or murdered, so maybe he doesn't know.
マジっすか？そういや、
New
年明けから見
Year's.
てないっすね。てっきり振られたのかと思ってたっすよ。
So Yui was the one who had something weird happen around New Year's.
何か俺にできることはないっすか？
Answer my questions.
俺
That was
何でもしま
easy.
す。今まで撮った写真だって全部見せますから。ええ、もちろんっす。後で持ってきますよ。
To the museum, how about we give him our business card? Tell him where the office is. A cafe called Moon World. Okay.
わかったっす。それじゃあまた後で。
If we keep using Moon World, the same the Yakuza guys keep using New Serena Bar, then we have got to start paying the mama for rental space.
レイジ？探偵？
Mm-hmm.
そう。
What Tojiko told us. What'd she tell us about here yesterday? That was like 4 days ago now, so I've forgotten. Kids playing with the pond's edge.
何おじさん。
They call me OG. I'm only 30. That's what I look like to them. But he really doesn't. Look at this. That's us. We're 30 years old, and to him, that's old. But we look like we're like 23 or 25. We look young. We're a young hottie. A black piece of cloth dropped somewhere around this. Oh yeah, Wasn't there a rumor that the Black Madonna was gonna be here, but it's just a bunch of kids playing around with a black cloth?
おいら知ってるよ。うん。隣のタカちゃんがかぶって遊んでたよ。
Taka-chan put on, play with it.
風で飛んでっちゃって木の上に引っかかっちゃったってタカちゃんが言ってたよ。
This piece of evidence is gonna have so much sea transform on it. Punch the tree down, or climb it. Is indeed a black cloth.
先生、何しとうと
It's just a cloth, right? There's probably not any body parts in it, since it was light enough below the breeze. But how much you want about this, like blood and such? Oh,
Yeah,
Rico, you mean
that's not
Suzu Rico?
あとトジコ言うな。私が見たわけじゃないからわからないよ。人が着られるようになってるみたいだね。ほらここ穴が開いてる。
To the other possibles, because the other bodies and body parts were wrapped in black cloth. Worn as rain gear. Aside from the black egg, the mutilated corpse discovered here isn't really connected to the other cases. Are we sure? They
こ
seem
れで
pretty
謎は
close.
全て解けたね。
Oh well, can't be bothered right now.
雰囲気を味わいたかっただけだよ。
I still say Suzuriko's a little better character.
Oh, 見つかったって。
And the cloth is now covered in fingerprints from us and the kids who were playing with it.
布切れか。似ているかもしれねえな、あれに。
The cloth was wrapped around the other corpse.
できないことはねえだろうな。だがこれで何がわかる？
If it connects, there's still doubt, right, that the corpse at the park is connected to the other murders. So it joins them together. It might not help at all.
おい、
Well, Zumi, it's okay. A negative result is still a result. If it turns out there is no connection, then that's more evidence. It tells us that the corpses are not related. Like, for sure.
とっとと星を上げてくれ。そうしねえとまた仏が増えるぞ。
Closing in. No clinchers, but we are getting more and more pieces of knowledge learned. We're getting patterns. We know where the victims have been going for their abortions, which at the very least should tell us, like, who's a potential or a potential victim to be, who to keep an eye on. Okay, now we get to be as free as we want. What do we have today? The Private Girls Academy, Moon World, Inokashira Park, the hospital, and the Tokyo Metropolitan Art Museum. I'm tempted already to pull up the guide because who you visit does, in a big way, impact what route you're on, or drifting into, or what ending you're going to get. We're going to go meet the guide Moonworld later. So Moonworld is definitely one we're going to do. Let's go to the art museum for now. And maybe now, if we keep talking, Stella might remember us.
誰？
Who are you?
ああ、
I get it, Stella, I get it. I'm terrible with names myself. Folks, we want to learn a very embarrassing secret. I got so many relatives on mom's side, right? Aunts, cousins, and so on. And I see them often enough. I don't remember who's who. I know names. I know Maeng, I know Dilbib. I know Jolene and Jodine. But with rare exception, I can't really peg names and faces because there's just so many of us. It's terrible, but it's true.
うん。
間宮慎三、明治23年1月11日東京生まれ。大正末期より絵画をはじめとしたさまざまな芸術作品を
We're
発
birthday
表。
neighbors.
広く世に知られるようになりました。
We're birthday neighbors with Maya Shinzo. Fellow Capricorns.
大戦後は一貫して殻にこだわった作品を発表しています。偏屈で人嫌い。間宮慎三本人への評価はあまりよろしくはないようです。
This could relate. It's no coincidence, I'm sure.
うん。
The spring and the wind-up toys run out.
うん、わかった。
Alright, let's go to Moon World. Aw, nobody welcomes me. Service is dropping around here. Oh, there they are.
じゃあこういうのはどうですか？
それだと予算がね。
Moshi Mosh.
ほら、時坂くん。
See what happens when you become overly friendly with the mama? You stop being treated as a customer, you can be ignored as a friend. I guess it is March. March isn't too typically hot. It's so nice here. It's become freezing temperatures at the end of February. A plate pot with ice cream on the counter.
初音ちゃんがね、うちにも新しいメニューが必要なんじゃないかっていうのよ。
だって聞けばずーっとビスケットくらいしか置いていないっていうじゃないですか。
What if
もっ
they
とケー
expanded
キ
the
とか
menu
があってもいいと思います。
from just biscuits to biscuits and biscotti?
日持ちしないものは面倒なのよ。
じゃあ普通の軽食でもいいと思いますよ。
じゃあ、初音ちゃんが作ってみる？
It's a way to brush her off. I mean, there's no reason why a cafe can't have some sweets on hand. Some snacks, some edibles.
私がですか？いいですよ。
He's never gonna get his coffee. Like I said, man, this is your mistake. Go somewhere else in the area. Aww. So I guess coming to Moon World was going to be a plot thing anyway. Didn't have to come on my own. But at least we got to see that Hatsune is fitting into her new role. She's definitely becoming a part of the cafe.
あ、その方でしたら奥の席にいらっしゃいますよ。
あ、どうもっす。
Really?
どうしてですか？疑うっ
He
て
doesn't know.
何で
Oh,
すか？
he doesn't know, chat.
なんで俺
The most suspicious of her circle of acquaintances. The police have him marked, and so he runs.
でも俺何もしてないっすよ。そりゃもちろんっすよ。これが去年撮った写真っす。
I love the performances that these voice actors put into it. Seen her in One Piece, period. The thing attached to her bag. Oh, the handles, the clasp, the thing in the back.
ああ、それは確
Oh, wait,
か
wait.
飾りですよ。黒い卵の。
I see it now. Couldn't see it behind the dialogue box. Kind of blended in. Thought that was just like a handle or something.
確か友達にもらったとか言ってたっすよ。仲間内でみんな同じのを身につけていたとか。
All her friends had a black egg. Does that include all her friends who were part of the prostitution ring? Because we didn't see anybody at the school who had a black egg. Running up all the friends besides Sato.
中身を抜いて色を塗った本物の卵らしいっすよ。そんな無理っすよ。そこまで親密だったわけじゃないし。
A bit grim then.
それで彼女は今どこに？
He really doesn't know, does he? We could have them meet if the assortment of body parts really is her. Can't tell you that yet. Someone connected to that group of people is the killer.
こんばんは、時坂先生。
Tamaya is uncle, right? Toko's uncle?
いえ、ただの散歩ですよ。僕は下戸ですから。今日もトウコちゃんがお世話になったそうで。
Mm-hmm. Well, like chaperoning? Exactly, chaperoning. Exact same word.
そうですか？今朝は随分と嬉しそうに見えたのですが。
Maybe, if he's uncle, we could ask him details. Like if somebody in the family ever modeled for Mamaya Shinzo. Any relatives who resemble Toko? Close enough?
どういう意味ですか？
Drawn just before the end of the
絵
war,
は
so
見
can't
方に
be
よっ
her.
てガラリと雰囲気が変わりますから。おそらくトウコちゃんを見ていたからその姿が絵にも反映されてしまったのではありませんか？
Possible, but that's a bit too convenient. I have doubts.
もしくは千鶴でしょうか。彼女が絵のモデルをやったという覚えはないのですが。そうですか。では僕はこれで。
Hmm. Didn't get anything out of him then.
おかえり先生。
What's Suzumiko doing here? One, I love how emotive this all is. They gave her a heart and everything. Glad to be back. Wait, he just taken it in stride. Maybe the girls are having a sleepover. They are friends after all. So would it be too unusual that her friends come over, right? This other thing that's been bothering me.
晩ご飯は焼き鮭と里芋の煮物だって。
Ooh, nice. What the hell are you doing here? It's finally sunk in.
遅いよ先生。
Not very good for the detective.
つづり子もご飯食べていくのでしょ。
They act like Suzuriko is such a hard name to say. And then bully her
もちろんゆかりの手料理だもんね。
just because her family's from Fukuoka. Has Ryuji never had friends over before? It's a bit tragic if so. Gotta get information about the rumor. Gonna be a toughie. Get it by force? From who? Ask the vice principal Saiki to do it? Ask Tojiko. Maybe. Tojiko could be our man on the inside. Our teenage girl on the inside. Yeah. Plus she does know a bit about rumors. So I'm sure she could have been it herself. Embed herself in the right areas. No choice. Ask Tojiko.
何を？
As if it's such a bad thing.
隣の部屋にいましたから。で、私に何を頼みたいのかな？
You don't feel like asking anymore.
ちゃん
We are
とお
gonna
願い
pay her,
します
right?
つづり子様って言ってくれるんだったらいいよ。
I mean, the Sherlock Holmes games might have had poor Wiggins forced to follow violent armed criminals and climb through sooty chimneys to mess up his lungs for the rest of his life. But at least Holmes paid him a couple of pennies. Are we gonna do the same for Suzuriko-sama?
ええ、私は構いませんよ。
What about them both? Put them both on the payroll.
ちょっと、私を無視しないでよ。そんなの当たり前じゃない。
Exploiting her with psychology. To get her to work for free. We're the worst.
任せて。
So they are both on the payroll.
それで何をすればいいのですか？
Except without the payroll.
難しいと思うな。私だってほんの触りしか知らないからね。あの集団がなんか良くないことしているのは事実だろうけど。
Now she tells me that the Black Egg Girl's up to some shady business. That's valuable information. See, she's already giving us good stuff.
私が織姫先輩に近づいたのだって、なんか話の種になるものがないかなって考えたからだもん。
She's already getting close to people to get more information. She's great. Suzuriko's a better detective than we are. Let's be honest. Orihime really is involved with the rumors.
多分ね。でも先輩は何も言わないと思うよ。だから責めるとすれば噂を知ってる下級生だけど。
She's got strategies and everything.
よく
See what I
ない
mean
こ
by
とを
best
しているの
character?
であれば、その内容がどのようなものであろうと、そちらからつくことができそうですね。
See, at least Ryuji is a little better than Sherlock Holmes in that regard. Sherlock Holmes doesn't care what happens to Wiggins. One urchin kid goes missing, or his lungs get irreparably damaged. Oh well, there are other Wiggins. There are always other Wiggins. How many Wiggins has he had? Maybe there is more than one Wiggins, and he just calls any kid who is tasked with standing outside his window to keep watch on him as the Wiggins. And these kids come from rough families. They live on the streets. And so it doesn't really matter one way or another who takes the job. Somebody's gonna be Wiggins, because Wiggins gets a couple of pennies a week.
大丈夫だよ。 学内のことでそんな危険はないはずだしさ。
So she says, but girls have gone missing and murdered. Ow. March 15th.
ああ、おはよう先生。
More like a master of the house and as a guest. Well, she's a better detective, so, you know, she's the alpha in the household now.
見当たらないね。殺しも強盗もない平和な一日だったみたいだよ。
You know, she is a novelist in the making. She's been published already. So Suzuruko would be perfectly in place for the archetype of the murder-solving novelist. It's a possibility. Innocent Grey, what about? What about if we give Suzuruko her own murder, detective, horror, eroge series? She's a teenager in 1956, right? So she's gonna be an active young adult throughout the 60s and 70s. I bet you could have some pretty cool stories there then. The hip young novelist detective in the swinging 60s and the 70s. That'd be a blast. And now sort of the pop culture starts getting cool too. In the latter half of the Showa era. Oh no, I'm doing the thing again, where I create a scenario that's never gonna happen. Works that are never gonna be released, that I get excited for them, but they're never going to happen.
二人とも早く朝ごはん食べて学院へ行きますよ。
You folks ever do that? Like, hype yourselves up. Like, coming up with a what could be for a series. But then you shoot yourself in the foot because you got yourself excited for something that doesn't exist, that is never going to exist.
先生は車持ってたりしないの？
Nobody does. The police have cars, but even they have to take public transportation or walk because not everyone can be issued the car.
兄さんの稼ぎでは持てるはずありませんよね。
No car, but he's got a big house with a library and everything, so he's doing well for himself. 400,000 yen.
だって車があれば通学だって楽になるでしょ。だって私運転免許持ってないもん。
Hey, there you go, that works out.
先生を運転手として雇えばいいんだ。
She buys a car, we drive it. Also, is she implying that she actually does have enough money to buy a 400,000 yen car? A lot of information collected already, but something missing. Maybe he could afford the car if he stops buying cigarettes.
先生おると？そうだね。結構深刻な問題かもしれないよ、これは。
We have information already?
1年の子に聞いたんだけど、あの黒い卵ってのはシスマっていうのにならないともらえないみたいだよ。
We've already got a lead. We have a name. The black eggs that Yui and all of her friends had are exclusive to the Schisma group.
詳しい意味までは知らないよ。それでね、ここだけじゃなくて他の学園にもシスマの人がいたみたい。今はもう
Students
いないらしいけど。
of other schools and some of the victims with similar murder profiles have been in other schools.
いわゆる不良の集まりみたい。みたいだよ。多分西園さんや今村さんも強要されていたのかも。
And so it falls into place. The abortions, the Schisma prostitution group, the eggs.
あと薬もやっていたみたいだよ。それは教えてもらえなかった。
So at least we know who to protect. Because the victims so far all had abortions and they went to the same doctor in the same hospital. So if we go for similar girls in similar situations, then we could at least keep them safe, right? All signs point to one girl.
そっちは特にないんだよね。黒い卵の噂と対になっているだけかもしれないよ。
Maybe there is a Black Madonna. And it's not just the bodies of the girls of the Black Flock that's the Black Madonna. But maybe that's the person who rounds up these girls when their use is up, or they want out, or whatever else, to remove them.
なんかあるんだろうけど、私が聞いた子は知らなかったみたい。やっぱりシスマじゃないとダメなのかな。だからドジコって、まあいいや。それじゃね。
She's exasperated, but she's within her rights. Like even I could say Suzuriko. Suzuriko, Suzuriko, Suzuriko. And yet, the native Japanese speaker finds it too difficult to name. Maybe she realizes how serious this is, if the information she's getting is pointing to forced prostitution and drug use among her friends, among the students.
あ、時坂先生、ちょうど良いところにいらっしゃいました。実は今日、3年の月島さんが休んでいたんです。
Third year student?
ですが、こちらへ連絡がありませんでしたので、先ほどご自宅の方へ電話をしたのですが。
Which one, Tsukushima-san? Is that Orihime? Not all the characters are here. Wait, wrong button. Characters. Tsukushima Orihime? A possibility she's the one who controls Schisma? She was slapped at a student for talking about rumors. Not at home.
いつも通り朝自宅を出たらしいのですが、それ以降の足取りは。
The one time we need to talk to her.
それがまだ。
Well, too late. She's dead. Another high school girl missing.
月島さんがどうかしたのですか？わかりました。すぐに探しに行きます。
So, accommodating to understanding? She's informed of it, and right away, he hurries. See, this is what we mean by teaching as a pastoral thing, a community thing. It's not just a classroom thing. A small picture of Orihime. Yeah, a full workday, so she's gone. She might have disappeared before school, she might have disappeared at home. Where to begin looking for her? The park's a possibility. It's close by to the academy. Hospital's not gonna be of help. Detective agency, I don't know. Takashiro Detective Agency 2 in Ueno. Maybe with the station? Go to the park, then the station. But maybe we could get our detective friend to help us out too. Maybe? Anyone know anything? Kyoko?
何よ、 私じゃ不満かしら。
Normally we would be. She's a catch who rolled friends. She's single. But right now we got a missing girl to find.
あら、この子。
You've seen her. Or her body.
ええ、よくお店に来ているわよ。
Really? She also goes to the cafe.
月島さんだったかしら。
But we never seen each other.
え、ごめんなさい。
Haven't.
今日は見ていないわね。
Well, another useful bit of information, but might be a little too late. Search someplace else. If it's search, then maybe the station. But I feel like I do want Takashio to help out too.
時坂さんじゃないですか。
No one but Kazuma.
修吾さんでしたら
Not for
お仕
work.
事で出かけていますよ。
Been coming here as a
私はお留
mistake.
守番です。
We got no help here.
わあ、綺麗な人ですね。
I know we're supposed to broaden our search, but going all the way to Ueno is maybe too broad if we're not here to get help.
そうなんですか？だったら
Yeah.
修吾さんに聞いた方が。
That was my thinking, but he's not here.
はい、わかりました。お気をつけてくださいね。
Well, we weren't of help. As usual, we have failed to stop any murders. MPD and the Academy didn't fare any better as well. See, here's a funny thing, right? Doing all that requires that we talk to her a lot, that we seek her out, that we get romantically involved with her. But if we did all that and promised to protect her and get really close, she'd still die, but we'd die with her. A streak of white cuts
流
across
れ
the
星だ
sky.
ね。
Hey, Toko.
時坂さんは何かお願いしたのかな？ロマンがないね。現実主義者なのかな？
I mean, how often do shooting stars come by, though? That's why it's a rare wish. Rare wish. What he's gotta do is be like greedy in the Pleiades. Pleiades? Pleiades?
何かあったんだね。解決できるといいね。
Can she guess what happens? She might have noticed if her classmate hasn't been in all day, and then suddenly everyone's frantic and panicking. Oh, he really is getting romantic with a high school girl.
そうかな。時坂さんはずっと呼ばれっぱなしなの？学院でもいつも顔を合わせているじゃないか。そういう時も呼ばっているの？
An insightful head on her shoulders. It could mean Reishi.
まだ働くのかい？
It's a good thing today's Thursday, so you could take off tomorrow morning.
大丈夫だよ。一人で帰れるよ。
Very firm wordage.
うん。わかった。
Excuse me.
じゃあ、送って。
Oh, now we got red. Should I keep my thumb on the butterflies? Just in case? Not all murders and corpses are going to be seen with a vagina right on your face and the rest of the body in the background, but just in case. At last I've arrived. She's the one behind all this, the root of all this calamity, the accursed ringleader. Yep, she's dead. But not just any death will do for her. Those who are burdened with sins, with such sins, should experience eternal suffering and darkness. This person who sowed the seeds of dissent and slander, inviting chaos into the world. I inject her with a drug, then crucify her on the wall. I bind her left hand, and right leg. I wrap a black cloth around her left leg. This area cannot be contaminated. Whoever this is did want the left leg before. I guess he's finally found his unblemished perfect one. Now let me punish her. That's the Black Madonna. Yeah, see, there you go. Mutilated, but not POS mutilated. With the blade I trace lines across her white skin. Crimson droplets well up, silently overflowing. This job that requires a subtle amount of pressure, neither too deep nor too shallow. Sudden thought. Whoever this is probably has lots of black cloths, right? Lots and lots of them. Because if it's the same cloth, then he's probably not getting different ones, whatever fits. Raincoats, cloaks, whatever. So somebody has been buying a lot of a similar something. Why expend so much effort over the likes of this girl? I want to kill her so badly that it's unbearable. For the sin she's committed, the girl deserves death. Incels be like. However, I cannot kill her. If she dies too easily, I won't be able to rest in peace. There will be no salvation. In his book, people can be saved through suffering. But I believe no such thing. I cut up her arms, her chest, abdomen, and right leg, delicately, carefully, leaving no white skin behind. Ugh. Methodical in all the worst ways. I page through the book. The demon swings its longsword without mercy. Intestines spill out and dangle between their legs. Their organs are laid bare. Even their faces are split in half. Faces split in half. I see myself reflected in her half-open eyes. This demon is clothed in black. I press the blade against a corner of her mouth. The knife slides up to her ear as easily as cutting through tofu. The flesh of her cheek droops, exposing her gums. I can see her neat rows of teeth from the side. Lucky for us, we can't because her hair blocks it. The blood flowing from that wound dyes her white uniform red. It almost looks like she's smiling. Almost as though she rejoices in her own torture. Irritation rising within me. I make a vertical incision beneath her eyes for the tears of blood. I pick up a syringe and ampule from the table next to me. Compounding her sins, she sold these as well. I mustn't kill her. That compels me to take this roundabout method. I inject a few ampules worth into the joints of her left leg. Another injection near her impure genitalia, and the treatment is complete. I pick up a hatchet and take careful aim. Blood sprays forth. The left leg drops to the floor with a thump. She does not make any noise. Disappointing. I knew I should have used less anesthesia, and done it, while she still had a shred of consciousness. I pick up the leg swathed in black cloth and wipe at the oozing wound. This piece is precious. Soon, I will have collected all the pieces I need for Exodia. After applying a simple method to stop the bleeding, I open up the front of her uniform. Oh no, is it egg time? I must break the black egg. I must draw out her entrails. I must cleanse this impure soul. And we mustn't see all this, right? I insert the scalpel below her navel. I'm already used to this. Quickly, I open her abdomen and cut out her uterus. The intestines coiling about my arm are warm. I rip the black egg from where it's attached to her bag. She also have one on her back? This is where it all went wrong. All because of this. I stick my hand into her abdomen, crushing the shell with the full force of my hatred. I suppose she's still alive. I can feel her heart beating. I can only pray that the anesthesia wears off before she dies. Folks, I think it's safe to say this guy has issues. Song 6 time, Moon and Gloves. Egg of Neoness, Part 1 by Katsuragi Shin. The girl walked alone down the dark road. She could not see what lay before her. Even the path she was traveling upon was shrouded in darkness. She was not even certain of what she walked upon, be it dirt, sand, gravel, or densely overgrown weeds. The girl's footfalls were light. It was almost as though she walked among the clouds. Still, her stride never faltered. She was blessed with a reassuring companion, the black egg that she carried with utmost care. The egg was far larger than an ostrich. Indeed, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to even call it the dinosaur egg. She kept it in a firm grip with both arms, so that she wouldn't drop it. Every now and then she pressed an ear to its shell, then nodded in agreement, as though it were a perfectly natural thing to do. Each time, she changed the direction and continued walking. What in the world was inside that black egg? Could it really have been a baby dinosaur sleeping inside, waiting to be born? Not at all. The girl's mother dwelt within that egg. Or so the girl believed, at any rate. Her mother, inside the egg, was telling her which way to go. Her mother always spoke to her gently. During painful times, sorrowful times, fun times, and happy times, the girl's mother watched over her from within the black shell. And thus, after walking through the darkness with her mother's guidance, she suddenly came to a place that was different than what she had encountered before. It was still dark, but the girl sensed there was a large gate in front of her. The portal was tightly shut. It seemed that there was a sign posted above the door with something written upon it. The girl asked her mother what the words read. Her mother replied gently, "There is nothing to be afraid of. You're a strong, intelligent girl." The girl was overjoyed to hear that from her mother. "I hope I can find Mother's body soon," she murmured, while stroking the black egg, then pushed open the gate, above which were the words, "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here." Toyota?
先ほど魚住さんからお電話がありました。
Oh
至急武
no.
蔵関に来てほしいと。
Another emergency. This can only be one thing. Let me save. This emergency means death. Death means investigation. And investigation means you better spot all the things, otherwise you are going to die. Musashi Kesi. Wait, Musashi Seki? The worst possible outcome.
今日はお休みした方が。ええ。
It's a shame we haven't got a phone, huh? We could just call the academy ourselves.
ぜひ
Or
そう
have
し
her
てくだ
call.
さい。
Officers gathered on the lawn near Fujimi Pond.
来たか。確認してくれ。
That's a yes. Yeah, that's definitely Orihime. Carefully, calmly analyze the situation. Check. Steam rising from the pond. I guess we have to investigate her then. Sitting alone in the park. Anything to investigate out here? Nothing suspicious here. See, I clicked the environment, thinking environment would ask us about eyewitnesses.
深夜1時頃、
1 a.m.
帰宅途中の
Salaryman.
会社員がここで目撃している。その時は付近も暗く、不老者が眠っているのだと思って立ち去ったらしい。
Well, it wasn't any of the areas you could have checked,
この
so
辺りを警官が見回ったのが午前3時頃だった。発見時にはすでに死亡していたようだ。
what have we got? Well, first and foremost, she's missing a leg. Cuts all over her skin. A wound in her abdomen, sewn up with thread. And the skin is strangely sunken. What about the missing leg? That's what I was gonna check first. Maybe a black egg granted. I guess he's just gonna take the missing leg as granted. Cuts. In these encounters, I can't really tell what exactly I'm interacting with. Is there something on her neck? I simply do not know. How about the smile?
こいつはひどいな。
Sliced open from the corners of her mouth up to her ears. Any pages in here? Tracks of a tear. Something inside her mouth, just like the last one.
おう、
Scrap of paper, dripping blood and saliva. Her face split open from his chin to forelock. and all the others whom you see sowed scandal and schism while they lived, and that's how they're hacked asunder. Schism! Schisma! Seeing all I can. Oh no, my heart just sank. Is this one an encounter where if you go for the big evidence too early, it skips everything else? I think it might have been. I think this is gonna be death time for us then.
仏を搬出するぞ。場所は分かっている。すでに連絡は行っているだろうな。
But that doesn't answer the question. Has her home been searched?
厳しいな。月島家は石の綾崎家と並ぶ大家だ。そう簡単に行くはずがない。
But we're cops and detectives. We got nothing to do with the Tsukushima Ayasaki rivalry.
おい、エイジ。
As an instructor from the academy,
だがそれじゃ、
as the
何かが見
evidence,
つかったとしても証
it
拠と
won't
して
be
認められ
accepted
る
as evidence. Maybe I'll simply have a look around to pick up details that might be useful for the investigation. And when they do get the warrant, the search warrant, we could point them exactly where to go. Probably don't have time to take a detour like this. Is it gonna be a choice? Could I pick and choose what to do?
俺は何も聞いちゃいないからな。もちろん月島家が三鷹の神連尺にあるなんて教えるはずもね。
No. Totally understand. He would never tell us that.
さっさと行きやがれ。
Detective Gumshoe's grandpa was so accommodating back in the day. See, he gets it. Then surely they'll accommodate a search warrant too. But they probably don't know that his granddaughter's already dead. Perplexed by her recent transformation? Search this room completely. First, what's this paper on the desk? I can't search it. Photo? For some reason, my mouse lags in these scenes. Scenic photograph. What about these books? Thick books lined up. Japanese, German, Italian, Japanese dictionaries. A box. Need arrangement of hair clips and combs. Nothing noteworthy. I don't know. These books? These look like accounting books. My dad's got the exact same binders. Like, memories of growing up practically in his office. Clippings from newspapers and magazines. How about these books? Plays, books of philosophy, psychology, love stories, mysteries, even foreign literature. Anything of note. None strike me as odd. Something bulky inside, a music box and a jewelry box. Neither contains anything out of the ordinary. These drawers? Writing instruments? Middle drawer? Lecture notes? Bottom drawer? Photo album? A composed expression in everyone, even as early as childhood. Never smiled. The plant? Is LeChuck gonna give me any information? No? I can't imagine these being important. The book strike me as odd. Back of the portrait? Nothing strange. 3 frame landscapes. Nothing. Another dead end. The bottom can be raised! We found a false bottom! A book! Okay. When we get back to Grandpa Gumshoe, we gotta tell him about the false bottom. An ordinary novel? Which is it? The Egg of Neonus. The one thing he's been missing. Maybe it's hidden in here because she's only allowed foreign language dictionaries, heavy reading, and not allowed something as simple as a simple story of a girl and her egg. The Black Egg, the Black Madonna, the origin of the rumor maybe? Katsuragi Shin, newly published. We have seen that cover somewhere. You gonna show it to me? Or have I got to open up the notebook myself? Hey, there we go, we get to pick it out. There it is, in Yui's photograph. It was in the photograph of Nishizono Yui. I didn't see the little black egg that was clipped to her bag behind the dialogue box because it looked like it was just another handle to me, but the black and white book cover caught my eye immediately. And so that's 2 victims of black eggs who had books of black eggs. So it's still in the room, right? We're leaving the evidence to be discovered as evidence.
あら、今日は早いのね、時坂くん。いいわよ。忙しそうね。
うまくいったのか? To look into, especially other victims' homes, for the Egg of Neonus.
小説家の方は調べはつくだろうが、会社が本を持っていたかは月島家とほぼ同じ理由で令状は出ないかもしれない。
Does everybody come from families that are rivals with the family in the West? Reading this book while I wait.
時坂さん、こちらへどうぞ。お疲れのようですから、甘いものも用意しておきました。
She's already trying out the sweets menu.
コーヒーを入れたのは私なんだけどな。
Kyoko wants to make sure that we give her the gratitude.
いいのよ、そのくらい。
It's her phone bill. the more uncanny it resembles the murders. The protagonist walks around hell, gives sinners black eggs. Sinners who haven't broken the eggs are saved, and those who do are killed with a Black Madonna. Punishments given to sinners roughly the same as in Dante's Inferno. And the victims this time killed in a way similar to those in the book. To get a black egg, you have to offer up a body part that the girl collects to reconstruct her mother. Are we getting motive to the murders now? Thinks her mother's head is in the egg, and she breaks it for naught. And thus breaks her own egg, and becomes punished as a sinner, correct? Nothing left over, a never-ending story. Oh, he wanted to speak to the girls. Is Ryuji not cute enough? Ryuji's a cutie. Near Nakano Station, easy then. But when we get there, he's already dead. Nice building. Katsuragi Shin office. And there's somebody inside. Announcing herself as a private detective. No, if he is tied up, that sounds like the best time. Accommodating. People downtown sure are polite. Thus giving him more material for the next book. Oh, he's a baby. I want to see why the inside is so messy. What have you got to hide, Shin? You're not gonna invite me for tea. Bluff a little bit. That's not really bluffing though, is it? Our friend of the MPD did tell us to investigate this. Yeah. There's no lie at all then. Not murder as its theme, just the killing of sinners. No eggs, no Black Madonnas in the Divine Comedy. Mm-hmm.
地獄に落とされてもまだ一縷の望みは残っている。そういう意味で黒い卵というものを出したのですが。
I was gonna bring up the spider's thread. The egg is a little beacon of hope, so it's a spider's thread to climb up and fall down.
一緒ではありませんよ。 あちらは人の自己中心的な醜さを表した名著です。
But it's the same
僕
thing.
ごときがおいそれと追いつけるはずもありません。
It was what, 13 sinners that had the eggs, cracked their eggs, and thus were punished? Or as in the spider's web? A spider's web dropped down for one sinner to escape from hell. But then everyone else comes after, weighing the thread down, and it becomes a lose-lose situation. Either he allows them to climb up, and the thread snaps, and they all fall back into hell, or he's like, hold on, you guys, you're weighing this thread down. This is my thread, please get off. And then he kicks them down, and the thread snaps, and suddenly it's his fault for being greedy, for wanting to use the spider's thread that the Buddha gave him. And then he just blamed the sinner for having not gotten out themselves, be it the spider's thread or the egg.
おや、加害者が読んでいるからこそ見立てが行われたのではないですか？
It could be both. Everybody knew about the egg of Ninus, and the killings are very clearly in reference to the book.
そうでしょうね。僕の本は女学生に多く読まれているそうですから、大人で読む人はごく少数でしょうね。昨年の暮れでしょうか。ネアニスの卵が発売されてすぐ本を読んだという女学生に会いましてね。
End of last year again, when things got weird for Yui.
その頃はまだ僕も駆け出しでしたから、いろいろと話をさせてもらいましたよ。さあ、持ってきた本にサインはしましたが、その時にも名前は入れていませんから。
Of course, you can't make it easy for me. I'm gonna say it's Yui. We have a picture of her. We could be like, is this her?
Ah,
Yeah, that's her. Hey!
この子です。白い制服が印象に残っていますね。本当ですか？
Again.
それは何と申し上げればいいのでしょう。
We haven't confirmed her body yet, but we thought it was Yui with somebody else.
僕の本が犯罪に使われているのでしたら、これは由々しき事態です。
Anyway,
僕もできる限りの協力はさせていただきます。
how about you show me into your office so we can confirm there aren't any dismembered girl parts lying around?
では、僕はこれで。まだ仕事が残っていますので。
Hey Mason, how's Onyx? How's Cutter? Do they get to play? Hmm? What do we have here? Aww. That's too sweet, Mason.
I don't really heard bad things about her in part of
Well, there's the bad things you've heard then. That she's actually an ally.
especially because she talks bad about this.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's cool, Mason. Were you watching the Mike/Oxbar bounce when you were talking? Say again? Oh, it just bounced up to here. I guess you're safe at that distance. Return to the academy. I suppose the vice principal might want to know that one of his students is dead. Doubt her murder's been announced inside the school. What are they going to announce? to the students? Are they going to?
おや、時坂先生。教頭でしたら警察とのお話があるそうで、先ほど学院を出て行かれましたよ。
Then he knows. He knows, so we haven't got to announce a thing. Takashiro Hospital?
いえ、僕は構いませんよ。
Dissection in progress. Just announcing that to the general public.
もう来たんですか？そないにあの子の結果が知りたかったんですか？
Yes, please. Any exact words.
おいな
Sorry,
行き
Eiji,
ます
beat you to it.
仏さんは月島織姫、大場女学院のこの辺は知っとりますな。死因は全身に及ぶ創傷による失血死。じわじわと殺していったみたいやね。
Blood loss due to the wounds all over her body. The wounds all over her body were light. Maybe her mouth, her leg missing. Remove the tourniquet. Let her exsanguinate.
死体観察なんて解剖医の感想が全てです。んで、全ての傷に生活反応が見られますな。もちろんお口も、お腹の切開口も、左足の切断面もそうですな。せやね。お腹も足も、事前にモルヒネを注射しとりますから、ずいぶん慣れてきてますな。施術中は出血も少なかったんちゃいますやろか。亡くなったんもずいぶん後みたいですし。
And then died at 3 a.m.
推定死亡時刻もその頃やね。
Time of death around that
もし
time.
かしたら現場で亡くなったんかもしれまへん。今回の
Right, right,
仏さん
discovered
は
3 a.m.
簡単に殺しちゃあかんって意志が見え隠れしてますわ。今ま
Yeah,
での
but something
仏
this
さんは
grotesque.
ほぼ一撃で亡くなっとりますやろ。首をひねったのがいい例や。この子にはそのある意味慈悲が感じられへん。せやね。うん、そこも今までと同じや。子宮がくり抜かれて黒い卵の殻が詰め込まれとる。膣には成功の跡もありましたが、堕胎した形跡はありまへんでしたわ。
No abortion. But she is a possible ringleader, so that could be reason enough.
うまくしとったんちゃいますやろか。仏さんからわかることは今んとここんくらいやね。ああ、
Put the
お
paper
口
in
の
her
中
mouth.
入っとった紙切れについては夕方にでも来てな。
This is gonna be another situation in which I have to second guess. Does that mean come on my own? When I have free time? Or is it gonna be a story thing to come back?
うん、任せとき。
Excuse me. Dr. Murase? Alright. The, what is he? The vice director at times?
所長はいないぞ。
Yeah, but he's director when the director's out, so if he gives a no, we can't do a thing. Get it over with? Okay.
帰ってくれ。
He hates us, but at least he's accommodating. This relationship is going places.
あら、
時坂先生でよろしかったですよね。そうですか。こちらへどうぞ。
Walk this way.
月島織姫さんですか。少々お待ちください。ええ、わかりました。
I mean, if she really was ringleader of Schisma, then that's reason enough for her to have been killed by the Black Madonna.
あら、月島さん、学院での定期検診には出席されていなかったようですね。
Never present for regular health examinations. That is weird.
ええ、学院生の記録もこちらで保管しているのですが、彼女が検診を受けた記録は残っていませんね。
I got enough grief and threats of being failed if I didn't participate in the Christmas pageant one year when I was especially shy. Like, I'm usually a shy guy, especially as a kid, but that year I was ridiculously shy. That's one Christmas pageant. I can't imagine mandatory health examinations being skipped every single year.
そのようですね。月島さんといえば大きな家ですから、専属の主治医などがいたのかもしれません。
Maybe, if they're rich enough to have their own physician and just call it good there.
嫁入り前の娘が身ごもるのは決して名誉なことではありませんからね。家族中がみんなうろたえてしまうんです。
It's accompanied by their families.
ええ、ほとんどの方が母親に付き添われて来院さ
I
れ
hadn't
ますね。
considered that.
西園さんは昨年の暮れに来院されてますが、一人だったかしら。いや、診察室へはお一人でしたが、外でどなたかが待っていたように思います。
She could remember all this from a quarter year ago.
そこまではちょっと。お兄さんでしょうか。
Possible brother older than her? Is it a certain photographer? An older brother? No. It's still on the table. He gets it too. Her male acquaintance is. It could possibly be him. Okay. Mori. No.
いえ、違いますね。
Really? That's the one I was leaning towards. But I guess that excludes him than somebody else?
でも確か
A patient in the
精神科に通
psychiatric
っている方
department.
だったと思います。精神科は斉藤先生が担当されています。詳しい話はそちらでお聞きになった方がよろしいかと。
Maybe her and I can come together then, because if she recognizes him for the psychiatric department, and I don't, then could we at least get Koharu around to be like, oh, you know the one? Okay, but before we go across the hall to the psychiatric department ward place, I gotta find where this hospital keeps the bathrooms. And so I'm gonna be back momentarily. And then we'll investigate more of this murder. So back in a second. Enjoy the smooth music. Right. Turns out that the bathrooms in this hospital are immaculate. So, where were we? Psychiatry ward? Psychiatry department.
私に用があるというのは君ですか?
He knows I'm coming? He looks a bit old though. There's always that dichotomy between wanting an old, experienced doctor, but they're not realizing that the older doctors get a bit... Their hands aren't as reliable, their medical knowledge isn't updated, whereas a doctor fresh out of school, not really fresh out of school, but the younger ones, the recently trained ones, have more current, up-to-date medical know-hows. This guy is older than 50s, so... I'm a bit worried about what archaic, early 20th century, late 19th century thing he's bringing to the table. Is he going to be like a holdout to phrenology?
精神科医の斉藤玉木です。以後お見知りおきを。
He's a psychiatrist that gives him esper powers.
簡単なことですよ。山之内くんから内線連絡が来たので、あなたを迎えに来たまでです。参加に男性が一人でいるのですから、すぐに分かりましたよ。
He's psychic.
立ち話もなんですから、私の部屋に案内しましょう。
That's not a painting, man. That's a projector.
確か産科に通っていた西園さんと一緒にいた男性を探しているとか。
At least a quarter of a year ago. A detail you haven't got any records of, and I'm sure you see so many people.
西園さんと一緒にいたとすると、おそらく彼女のお兄さんでしょうね。
So the other gal said, but she also said that he was one of his patients?
しまったな。ご存知なかったのですか。患者の個人的なことについて我々はおいそれと口に出してはならないんです。
For a murder investigation, surely anybody would consider this kosher.
仕方ありませんね。私が聞いた話では、西園さんのご家庭は大戦末期に離婚されているそうです。妹さんは母親に引き取られ、西園姓になったのでしょうね。戦後の混乱で戸籍が随分と失われました。そのせいでしょうね。記録上では兄弟として認められていないと言っていましたよ。彼、草加さんは。
Kusaka? Sachihiko? Wait. Kusaka. As in... the male teacher. Having it pretty rough with this particular academy. Prescribed medicine from this institute for his headaches. That was a connection to the psychiatry ward. Headaches. Head doctors. But that was your little sister who went missing. He didn't tell us anything then. Why would he not tell us? That... we could have asked him so many questions.
彼は大場女学院の教師でしたね。
I get why he would keep his relationship on the down low at school, because the school is extremely strict and restrictive, but in the faculty staff room, and when he knows we're a detective?
どうだったのでしょうか。十数年の時を経て再会した妹は自分のことを知らず、それでも教師として接しなくてはならない。彼女が失踪したと知った時、彼の苦悩はいかほどのものだったのでしょうか。おそらく精神科医の私でさえ想像を絶するものだと思います。
Also, this music is so much louder than his voice actor. Purgatory by Maya Shinzo. We saw Cositas in the museum. He's also got a Shinzo piece.
年が明けて以降、彼がここへ え来ることはありませんでしたか。ええ、ですがそれこそが彼の苦悩を物語っていると思いませんか。
You would think, though, that if he's going through all that, that's when he would absolutely need a psychiatrist. Yeah. And yet, he's been as tame and docile as the rest of the students.
人の心など千差万別。表現の仕方は心の数だけあるんですよ。
What to do now? What can we do? Takashiro Hospital has information for us regarding the note. But that's probably going to be a story thing we do afterwards. We come back to her anyway, much like with Moon World last time. Let's go to Ulba Girl Academy. Maybe the teacher's still there, we could talk to him. Don't see the teachers in a meeting. Nothing I can do about that. Oh. At least you get some Toko time. So it's not a total loss. Because we ran across the field to talk to you, apparently. He did run! Just gonna tell her. We're gonna confide in teenage girlfriend about who's been murdered.
通りで先生方が慌ただしかったはずだ。私は彼女とは何の関わりもない人間だからね。それで、時坂先生は私のことを心配してきてくれたのかな？
Of course, or that's not it. What do I say to her? The obvious answer feels like it's of course, because we have been walking her home at night when we see her in the park. Even though she doesn't fit the profiles of the other victims, we do worry. I'm gonna say of course.
私なら心配ないよ。私には関係のないことさ。私も被害者になりうる可能性があるのかい？じゃあ、時坂さんはきちんと私を守ってくれるというのかい？
Is how his investigation normally goes. How many girls have been murdered now?
それを聞いて安心したよ。でもね、すべてを守ろうだ
Not
な
gonna
んて
tell us.
無理なんだよ。
This case started with 2 victims, and it's doubled since then.
そんなに思い詰めていると壊れてしまうよ。
Well, that's done. We got some Toko time. Where'd it go? Maybe Takashiro's back in? Which Takashiro do you want to talk to? Takashiro Lewd or Takashiro Lewd boy type? See if our friend has any help for us. He's in now.
てっきりカズナかと。
Are you afraid of a rife?
いや、その。
No, I don't know. What's going on? Casutori magazine. Is that what we looked up last time? Kasutori magazine. Yeah. Printed in poor quality scrap paper, low price, features erotic, blah blah blah. Oh my goodness. See, buddy, this is why your sisters sent you nudes of themselves and blocks of cognac to use as a flashlight. Plus, this is a public office. What if clients come in? They're gonna come in and see him? Pants down?
で、お前は何の用事があってきたんだ？やれやれ、まだ続いていたのか。気がめいる話だな。ああ、そうだ。
そうだ。He's got a document for me.
確かそっちの被害者に滝川由美という少女がいたよな。こっちで調べていた詐欺事件の被疑者がその娘の母親だった。
Yumi's mother was involved in fraud. Do we have that information? Corpse discovered in Sakuji Park, missing on the 8th of March. Mother, fortune teller, sued for fraud. We knew that already.
まあ警察にも伝えてあるから知っているとは思うが。娘が殺される前から追っていたんだがな。その件でうやむやになっちまった。詐欺で訴えても戻ってくるのはスズメの涙程度だろうな。今となっちゃやばい仕事に首を突っ込むつもりもないが、さすがに人探しばかりだと家族を養うのは厳しいな。同業者には言われたくねえよ。
Yeah. So we could take care of ourselves. We could afford an office and a lavish house. We could maintain our inherited estate.
ああ、わかってるさ。
おかえりなさい。
Well, we learned nothing from him.
もうすぐ夕ご飯ができますから。
We just got to
少
enjoy
し
some
待ってい
bro
てください
time.
ね。
Oh, sure, we tell high school girlfriend, but not our own sister, about Orihime.
お待たせしました。
She's been missing from school for 2 days now, and people have noticed the teachers panicking and running around, so I think, given the previous murders of the papers even, these clever students might have pieced it together. Today is indeed the 16th. Tomorrow's the 17th. He's a good detective. He knows how numbers work. Oh, his missing fiancée. Murdered fiancée. I have to wonder if there is a connection. Because he did mention some similarities, right? Between this case and the case that took his fiancée away. Uh-oh. Little sneeze coming on. Song 7, The Human Chair. Okay, chase it off.
兄さんはユキコさんのところ
Oh, she remembers too.
かっています。お一人で行かれるのでしょ。私は後で行きますから、お気になさらずに。では。
Chrysanthemums, the florist, incense. Oh, I have no doubt about it. With Orihime dead, there's no one force her to go about and beat them up for crying. Someone's eyes on me. Who else is here? It's not Toko stalking us again, is it? It is Toko?
なんだ、やっぱりバレていた
Shouldn't you be at school?
花なんて買っているからどこへ行くのかと思ったんだ。もしかしたら菊人形店に行くのかもしれないじゃないか。
A chrysanthemum doll exhibition or something. She's got me there. We're headed there right afterwards.
なんてね、嘘。私もお参りしていいかな。ユキコさんだっけ？
We told her all this? Or is she reading the name? No? When did we tell her her name? Oh, Kyoko comes by too. Kyoko's gonna be so upset when she finds out that we've replaced her friend Yukiko with this younger model here.
あれ、でもこの墓、時坂家って。
Oh, we weren't married yet, but she still gets the family plot.
結婚してたの？
Her family didn't want the headless corpse in their plot. One poor gal, too, the heck. We get flashback time. Opening weeks in 1950, pregnant woman was murdered. Strangled. Abdomen sliced open, fetus dragged out. Body crucified gruesomely in the manner of Christ. Innocent Grey. Such a deceptive name, why you do this? Unlicensed prostitute working near Ueno. The ghastly MO resembled the Tamanoi dismemberment murder that occurred before the war. Another pre-war thing. Too many suspects.
疲れてるの？
But Yukiko wasn't a prostitute, though. So that wouldn't fit the victim profile if that's why that woman was murdered.
今、寝そうだった。
Okay, we're talking about bodies feeling nice and warm with our fiancé, so just in case, butterflies on standby, thumb at the ready.
もうまたそうやってごまかすんだから。あ、当たってる。
She's talking about a flashlight, right?
意地悪。
Oops. Just coming right out with that. Maybe the game feels that it's gone on long enough and enough clues have been found that the player deserves a reward. I forgot about this too. Like, I remember there were flashbacks to when your fiancé was alive, but I remembered like archaeology stuff, because I'm pretty sure she's an archaeologist. And she was doing dig site stuff, and she had like a pot or something that she keeps in the closet, even though she shouldn't. All that I remember. Just gonna skip through all this. They're just having their romantic moment.
すごく硬くなってきたわよ。
I don't think it's done yet. It shifted back to like the dialogue part, but shifts position. Yep, it's just shifted to a part 2. Don't worry, there's no plot going on here. All this dialogue and they're not saying anything relevant to the plot. Sounds like she's choking and you just keep on skipping through it. Activating like fresh dialogue bits. Okay, I think they're done. I think that these crazy rabbits have gotten exhausted themselves, so should be safe from here on. Okay, good. She's wearing pajamas.
先に行って。
Small package.
これは
Oh.
よかった。やっぱりレイジから先に行ってもらって。
Why was her news gonna be bad? Or was she gonna propose too, but she prefers the traditional route? Aww, she was so happy.
もちろん。これからも末永くよろしくお願いします。ちょっと小さいかな。
That's the risk when you get rings on the down low, surreptitiously.
ちょっと
No, not exactly. The news is she's pregnant, isn't it? That's why she's happy getting married. Guides it to her abdomen. She's hatching an egg. Too soon?
新しい命が宿ったの。こんなこと冗談で言うわけないじゃない。
Maybe it's gassy, Kiko.
ね、レイジから先に行ってよかったでしょ。
Oh
ちゃんと結
no.
婚の約束が先にできたんだから。
So he hasn't just lost his fiancée, but his child as well. Oh, Reiji.
知って そしたらおめでたですよって担当の六式先生が。
Lokushiki? We don't know the name, do we? I don't think we do. But it's worth checking anyway since everybody goes to the same hospital. Him? Who's him? This might be necessary information.
なんでもないわよ。今日も忙しいの？そっか。
Oh, Yukari still lives with us. I guess she'd have to. Parents gone for how long? We have the house. Little sister would have been like late elementary school or middle school by now, so... No, 7 years ago? So elementary? I know the school she goes to now is in walking distance from home. But I don't know about the other ones.
いってらっしゃい、レイジ。あ、こんなところにあったのね。
See, this I remember.
ええ、九州で発掘作業した時に見つかった石器のかけらが出てきたの
Fragments
よ。
of stoneware from Kyushu. Why do we have that here? You've been looting.
忘れたの？レイジが欲しいって言ったから
Oh,
あ
we
げたん
wanted
じゃ
it?
ない。
You stole and looted for
どう
us.
してそういうこと忘れるかな？
She put her academic credentials and authenticity on the side to make sure we were happy. I forgot that bit.
やっと思い出した？
Yeah.
違法だったらどうするの？おまわりさん。
See, of course, the policemen get to break the rules and take advantage of such criminal activities for their own gain.
魚住くんだったらどう言うと思う？
Bury them back in the location, but it's too late. You've removed them from the Matrix. Their provenance is completely ruined.
そうかもしれないわね。ほんと、同じように警察官になったのに、全然同じじゃないわよね。あなたたち。
Uptight blockhead. His grandkid is gonna be great, don't worry about it.
懐かしいな。
Those were the days.
ねえ。
Okay, it's nighttime again. Do I have to get the butterflies ready?
ええ。
Can't sleep, and so they have to go for rounds 3 and 4.
この子の名前、考えてくれた？ 両方考えてよ。
Man, there you go. Like, a gender-neutral name, so regardless of what name you or what child you get, or who the child becomes, it still works?
ちゃんと考えてよ。私だって実感がないんだから。私が生まれた時のこと話したわよね。
Man, if this was 7 years ago, he'd be 23 by now? Young father? Oh, and she's worried too, because maybe hereditary? Her mom died in childbirth.
私は大丈夫かな。
When she was born, though, that would have to have been, let's see, 7 years ago, so 1950. Go back in time 23 years, thereabouts. I mean, those are straight up barbaric days then. Even in the West, as far as natal care goes. So, Even if there's complications, maybe by now, in the enlightened era of 1950, she'll be okay? Well, assuming, of course, that history doesn't go terminal for her.
レイジ。うん。ありがとう。元気出たよ。
Okay, good. They're behaving. There's no need for that. Hitting spree claimed 5 victims. Oh no. There's a connection then, not the prostitution, but each one was pregnant. Worried about the deliveries, just like ours did. Just like Yukiko. I thought about abortions. Does that mean that Yukiko, in her stressful times, brought it up with her doctor? Yukiko vanished herself. I mean, maybe she did consider it. Maybe she did talk to her doctor as an option. The doctor nowhere to be found. Rikushiki Makoto. Self-proclaimed midwife with no clinic of his own. Oh no, Yukiko. Your obstetrician was a serial murderer? Was he ever found? He was never found, though. He was never found because he was talking about that in this era. A package delivered to my house. Her left hand. You see why I fell so in love with these VNs. What is it now? 2022? Almost 10 years back? They have such heavy emotion to them. This, Steins Gate, some of the more tormenting parts of Corpse Party, you feel it, you feel their anguish. Cross dumped in a ditch, pecked at by the crows. Could be some connection to today's cases, if that monster was ever found. Also, no jokes. Did I accidentally stumble onto the Toko route? The Toko route. By complete accident. Having forgotten almost everything about the game from the last time we played. Cause, kid you not, we have skipped at least 3 really difficult death scenes already. And we're getting a lot of scenes of Utoko. I don't believe I'm going to stumble into the golden ending. That takes work, that takes effort. That takes either making notes of everything over 15 playthroughs for the start, to see where everybody is on what days, and what affects different scenes, and following a guide if you can't do all that. But, folks, I'm honestly surprised by the actual forward progress we're making.
ついて話をしたこと。だって時坂さん、悲しそうな顔しているから。寂しいの？
Aren't we all?
寂しかった。
Was. Oh, Reiji, what are you gonna say? I was lonely, but not with you here. Oh no, being honest.
思い出させちゃったの？
Good times. Is that what we're gonna call it?
え？
The recent killings are uncannily similar. Egg of Neoness is a new angle,
やっ
but
ぱ
there
り
are
時坂さんは
similarities.
強いな。私は大切なことからいつも目をそらしてばかりだから。でも、それでも。前にも言ったでしょ。時坂さんと私は、私たちは同じなんだって。
We're both teenage girls. Also, the theme song at a time like this. I think we have accidentally locked into the good end. To the root. To the good end. I say good end, but there really isn't a good end. I'll say golden end, since there is one true ending. But getting to the root is different from getting to the end. Because there's still several ways you can die, especially as the game keeps mounting.
好きとか嫌いとか、そういう感情じゃないんだ。私は多分、誰からも愛されていないのだと思うんだ。
Even with Toko the Lesser, who's obsessed with you, and Yukari, and Suzuriko, who are your friends at club.
だから好きとか嫌いとか、そういうのがしっくりこないんだよね。そう、しっくりこないんだ。意味は分かっているつもりなんだけれどね。私が時坂さんに抱いている感情は、そういった言葉じゃ表せないものなんだ。ただ、これだけははっきりしているんだ。私にとって時坂さんは必要な存在だから。
If he was younger, given a certain type of story, maybe, but at 30, even, there's pushing the envelope, and there's not even allowed near the envelope.
だって私たちは同じだから。同じだから、足りないものをつなぎ合わせれば、きっと。
Her pretty much making the first sincere friend she's had, isn't it? Basically a child, you know. Making her first friend. Getting too close. Don't want to hear what she's about to say. Good man. Bad man.
時坂さんは私を愛してはならないんだ。私はそんなもの求めちゃいない。好きか嫌いかの二択ならばきっと好きなんだと思うよ。でもそれでも愛なんていう曖昧模糊な存在を介在させてはならないんだ。私たちは弱虫だから。
1. Your student teacher. Even among adults. Student teacher. Mamnua. Prohibited. Revolted. 2. You're like 15. And he's 30. Even if this is legal in this area. Right? She could be 16, could be 17. It varies place by place what's allowed. Even in such a scenario, that's a bit too much for this phase of her life. If it was 30 and 46. That'd be one thing, right? Because they're closer together in like emotion, mentality, where they are in life. But like 15, 16, and 30? But that's the story that it is. I'm just here for the detective stuff. Make love to Toko. Or don't. I'm not deciding the options. I'm thinking that we actually did fall to the Golden End route. Because they're different routes. Where's that guide? Let me pull something up real quick. Kara no Sojo Guide. If we pull this up for a second, you could see that the guide for the game is given in terms of the different characters' routes. Bad ending. A certain bad ending if you're a bad detective. Spoilers, but even the golden ending has it be a bad detective. Not in the sense that we're fucking our underage clients, but in the sense that these are one of those stories where the closer you get to the truth, the more you die. But if you fail every single thing, you win. But as you can see, right, the different routes are in terms of who are you going to pursue. And so, spoilers, but Toko is a golden ending, and somehow we've stumbled our way to it, and that means if you're gonna follow her route, they gotta do the freak nasty. Honestly, like I said, there are 3 major death points that we miraculously skipped somehow. I thought for sure we weren't going to do it, because part of it involves investigations, but part of it is who you talk to. Like, it's easy to build up fondness for Orihime, and then you get close to her, you promise to protect her, and then she dies. Or, in free time, you don't go to the right places, so you don't see the right things, you don't talk to the right people, and so you just stumble forward and then you die. There's a very vicious, cruel one, where if you miss a part of the investigation, then I think it's Yuriko herself who gets kidnapped or something. And you have to make some really terrible choices about how you're going to survive this outcome, if you even survive it. And it's all very emotional. They're dead ends and failures, but they're such emotive failures. It's all filled with angst and anguish. But anyway, if we're on the golden ending route now, we're going to have to be bad detectives, bad teachers, and get overly familial with our student cum client. We have kissed the teenage student. She yaks with surprise and relaxes. It's only a kiss so far, but given that the option was make love to Toko, I'm sure it's not going to be just a kiss for long. Although nothing is happening. Not indulging. You don't call that indulging?
一人でいれば離れた時もっと弱虫になってしまうよ。
It's only kissing, but for my own sake, I'm gonna toss this on. Reeks of cigarettes.
嫌じゃないよ。
She likes the smell of cigarettes.
わざとだよ。ねえ、時坂さん。私。
Watashi? Oh no. Butterflies again? Reiji, that's it, butterflies are back up.
意地悪だね。
Yeah, now we do need the butterflies.
わからないよ。ね、時坂さん。時坂さんの手、そうなのかな。
Okay, I think there's not gonna be any plot for a little bit.
だって本当に。
The kissy part at least had, oh, we're weaklings, we're not weaklings. We are seeking fondness, blah 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 blah. We're gonna be weak when we're apart, blah 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 blah.
ありがとう。
At least that had some characterization. But there's nothing to miss here. Nothing to miss here, just butterflies and skipping on through.
我慢できるから。
Oh, that cup's empty.
すごい。
Public park, by the way. The public park that everyone's been going to. Kids go to this park. Her friends have been found murdered in this park. My sister comes here. My sister comes to this park to rescue the koi fish. And all of them are gonna walk in on us. Oh no, there's gonna be a part 2? There's gonna be a part 2, isn't
ベ
it?
トベトしてる。入るものなんだね。
No, we putting clothes on?
待って。
Oh, she wanna wipe it off? Yep, there's a part 2.
私が。
If it's a quickie in the park, that's one thing, but these guys are taking all the time in the world.
あまり美味しいものじゃないね。余計なことしちゃったかな。
No, Toko, you didn't. But it is an eroge game. There is a cool mystery and horror story in here, but it is part of the trifecta of genres that makes up Kara no Sojo. Picture, if you will, if Sherlock Holmes had a lot of really hot scenes with Watson, but it's still Sherlock Holmes in every other way. Maybe some folks are into the hot Sherlocks on Watson action. Maybe some folks aren't. But there's still a detective story in there that you want to see.
時坂さん。あのさ、はしたない女だとか思った？
Before anyone comes in, this park isn't exactly a secluded place. It's a very popular park.
帰ろうか。
Can't indulge ourselves in love. The Apparently his perspective of reality is different from my own. All that would have taken at least an hour. Given the round 1s, the round 2s, the build-up, the cleanup.
こっちにいやがったか。てめえよ、きちんとゆかりさんには居場所ぐらい教えておいてやれよ。心配してたぞ。
Alright, fair on us. Yukari-chan, we're going to go to the park to have sex with one of your friends from school. Just so you know.
被害者の家族に当たってみたんだがな。
We all own that book. Alright, back to the plot. Back to detective stuff. I mean, the common link between the victims, barring Orihime, is that they all had abortions. But on top of that, and to include Orihime, they were all part of the Schisma prostitution ring in some way. Either as victims of or ringleader of. Are we gonna take on the author? Because what other connection do we have? Inference time? Okay, let me drop a save in. I don't think we need one for here, but just in case. The victim of the very first murder, the dismembered corpse at Inokashira Park. Well, we can't go to the evidence list. Oh, that's cheating! Okay, so let me see. What corpses do we have? There's Yui. Abortion. There's Haruka, missing mid-February. Inokashira Park. The cemetery park. The cemetery was the one who had no head and her legs sticking out, right? One at the park had a head, but no body. And it might have been Yui. Might have been. But there's doubts. There's Koizumi Kei. Your corpse is Tama Cemetery. Put on fire. Because sins of the father, your father was embezzling. You're the new one, the new corpse. Shinzo, we don't know Zo. Toko's mother and uncle. My lover. Corpse discovered at Sakuji Park. Missing on March 8th. Okay, so Sakuji Park is not Inokashira Park, so it could be Haruka. Going by the headshot. Wait, no, yours is the one whose head was twisted backwards, right? Because her face was a lot like your face. Was it Yui, after all? The fingerprints were Yui's, but the head belonged to Haruka. They mixed together parts of two different people. Yui's arms and Haruka's head and legs. Something in common, and that is the victims in this case. Some are not from Oba Girl Academy. They're all members of Schisma. Prostitution ring, sadly. Probably this person, so we haven't confirmed it, but we heavily sus Orihime, who is now dead. chopped up in the same manner as described. In all three, really. Well, the Agamnianus is chopping people up to find the body for Mother. The Bizarre Dismemberment case, but mostly the Agamnianus. This is the most important thing. Who in the world carried out this series of murders? You think it's him, but could only point to Katsuragi Shin. But what if it wasn't? He wrote the book, but that doesn't mean he murdered everyone who read the book. We don't have very many hymns who could have done it. It points to Katsuragi Shin then. He's met Yui, he knows the book inside out. Takashio's wife is missing. This one has a couple of ways it could play out. I don't remember how relevant it is to the main plot, but one of two things could happen to the wife, both of which are terrible. If it is because she's pregnant. End of the stressful time, Song 8, Riding in the Darkness, possibly considered the same way as Yukiko did. That it could be our ghosts from the past resurfaced. Kazuna hasn't come back. Oh no. A single scrap of paper. Okay, good. I was afraid it was gonna be a hand, like with our fiancé in the past. For such defects and for no other fault, we are lost and afflicted but in this, that without hope we live in longing. Of course, they would keep the same name. Dr. Yamanouchi from Toshiki Pathological Research Institute. It could be the research institute itself is tied to these murders. And not just in, that lots of girls went to it. He could be picking his victims directly from it.
Reiji, Takashio!
Could we... It was only 6 years ago when they were using doctors with shady credentials because he needed them after the war. Have any stuck around? Can we check on the credentials of the doctors at the institute?
何か分かったのか？
ついさっき、高城一菜の居場所に関するタレコミが寄せられた。
なんだって？どこだ？
東伏見らしいが、高城、あんたは残ってくれ。
Takashiro, you stay here cannot be a good thing.
バカ言うなよ。俺が行かないで誰が？
俺とレイジで行く。あんたは待っていてくれ。
This can't be good. She's dead then. We got the dead wife route. And they don't want the husband to see, right? Is that it?
おい、俺は。行くぞ、レイジ。
Chapter 9, Demon of Lonely Isle. That was a quick chapter. This can't be good then, if we're breezing through so quickly. Sunday morning. Don't be her. Oh no. I have memories of this house. The building is permeated with the stench of death. Let me drop yet another save. That's how I know it's getting intense. We got 6 pages of saves we could use too, so they expect you to be bouncing around. Adult-sized footprints visible in the dust. Possibly same person.
おう、お前ら裏に回れ。星に逃げられちゃ元も子もねえからな。こいつは。
How bad is it? If Grandpa Gumshoe himself is breaking composure, the source of the stench. I've been here for a while. Wait a minute, this one's all sewn up. This isn't where the body parts of the girls are going, is it? Cause if so, we've got a Frankenstein's monster of DNA to peg who is who. This is probably where the maggots came from. Or that one corpse whose maggots did not match the rate of decomposition. The body in worse state than the head. So the body's been rotting for longer.
西園ゆいか。
Nishizona Yui plus parts from 5 other people. Barely recognizable. Well, we found Yui.
他の部屋を当たってみる。
No. Whoever's been doing this is definitely sick. But they'd have to be inhuman to live with the stench and the rot. There's one other missing body then. What is the point of assembling a girl? If you're gonna let it all go to rot anyway, what's the purpose of this? Is it just somebody's sick fetish?
レジ。もういないようだ。出るぞ、レジ。
What about the other rooms?
出るぞ。
Oh no. Did you find her and there's no point in us being here now? The only conclusion we can. Oh no.
今うちの若いやつに運ばせる。
Oh no.
高城屋は俺がつける。
Okay, so I take back everything I said. We began the route to Gold End, but took the junction towards Merely Good. I don't think we survived this. I don't remember. I don't recall if she's required to live, because one of two things can happen to her. But I can't remember if Golden End is bound to her survival. News of Takashiro Kazuna's death was immediately conveyed to the Takashiro Detective Agency in Ueno. Shugo went berserk, flying into such a rage, even the backup officers couldn't control him. Tokisaka Reiji was approached Amamiya Hatsune of Moonworld, requesting she stay with Shugo.
Shugo-sama? Shugo-sama? どこですか?
Either way, this guy is not going to be good condition. I wonder what fixes this. What could I have done differently that would have kept her alive? Because you can keep her alive.
Shugo-sama?
Nobody there. He's gone out. I'll be out for a while. So he's coming back then.
Shugo-sama? どうして?
No, it says he'll be out for a while. He's coming back. He just went out for cigarettes. Or something will happen that can't be undone. Moonworlds? Moonworld.
初音です。シュウゴ様がいなくなって。
The day after Takashiro Kazuna's body is discovered. We're still going on? Because it feels like we're stuck to an end now. A trace of his presence. For Shugo? Kosuka Tatsuhiko's family home. The heck? Your sister is one of the victims. And that was your family home. Why would that have happened? What if it turns out? What if it turns out that he found out his sister was being prostituted and had an abortion, and he flew into a rage, and he wanted to assemble a pure facsimile replacement of his Mitsurumoto, and so killed other girls who he feels were culpable in her prostitution and pregnancy to rebuild his sister? What if he's that messed up? Because that was his home, his family home. What exactly was he here for, Mr. Psychiatrist? Was it just for the headaches?
そうですね。彼の目的はほぼ達成られたと言って差し支えないと思われます。実米である西園優衣の失われた肉体の復活。
You're very sure in this. Did you give him the idea?
彼は西園優衣を愛していたのでしょう。それゆえ売春という行為に走った彼女を許せなかった。彼女の死因はわかりませんが、 彼の殺意は彼女を追い込んだ者たちに向けられた。汚れた魂に罰を与え、その肉を用いて死者を復活させようとした。彼の精神はもともと薄弱でしたから、可能不可能の問題ではなかったのだと思われます。
I mean, she lives again, as so many magazine implies. Yeah, Takashiro Kazuna, what's the connection there? The only connection is if she came to this hospital for her natal needs.
彼には彼なりの指標があったのかもしれませんね。子宮をえぐり取っていたでしょう。もしも彼が成功や妊娠を不浄のものとして意味嫌っていたとしたら。
There's so many pregnant women. Again, why target her specifically? This research institution, yes. So who's the leak?
山之内くんは関係ありませんよ。もしこの研究所が関係するとしたら、彼の通院と高城さんの通院時期が重なっていた場合ですね。六式事件でしたかな。妊婦ばかりが6人も殺されたという。
Wait a minute. Yui and her bro were split in the divorce before the war. Yui had the mother, right? Maybe the connection's a father then.
そうでしたね。あなたは確か被害者と婚約されていましたね。しかし、その着眼点は面白いかもしれませんね。犯人である日下達彦は六式事件を模倣し、子宮をえぐり取っていた。復讐を超えた快楽殺人だったのかもしれませんね。そうなると大変ですね。目的と手段が入れ替わっている可能性があります。西園優衣の肉体の復活が終着点ではなく、殺人に至る行為を目的としている。
But then what's the crime?
そんなこともおっしゃっていましたね。新曲ならば確かにいくらでも罰する方法が書かれています。地獄の再活動。第9獄にある
Hi, Mason.
の氷地獄まで。
What's up, Mr. Smiles? Another text to show me for the fam? Just here for head pets? Oh, so you did. I hadn't noticed. You want to show the world? Your eyebrows are slowly growing back in too, that's nice. Mostly on this one. No, it's fine. You just gotta wait for this one to grow back in. The River of Wailing. Yes. That's why I said you gotta wait for it to grow back in.
そうですね。彼はまだ犯行を重ねる可能性が高い。何としてでもそれを止めなくてはなりません。
Notebook updated. What did it update on? Yui's corpse was discovered in his real home in Nagashi Fushimi. Good chance Kusuka himself has gotten away. Nationwide most wanted list. Do we ever get anyone out of that list? Don't tell me they got Yukari. A single sheet of paper on top of the table. Red ink. Red ink is never good. This dreary stream, once it has reached these malignant, ashen slopes, drains out into the swamp called Styx. And I, my gaze transfixed, could see people with angry faces in that bog, naked, their bodies smeared with mud. They struck each other with their hands, their heads, their chests and feet, and tore each other with their teeth. Canto 7. A Hell for Wrath. Different from Yui's. Oh, I guess if the killer was Yui's brother, he might have had access to her notebook. Tear pages out if she was writing about the Divine Comedy, and use that inspiration. Sorry, Reiji, but this is a threat, a warning, and a calling card.
Oh, Reiji, どうした? 落ち着け、レイジ。ゆかりさんがいなくなったのは確かなんだな。行く場所なんか心当たりないのか?
Any place resembling the river Styx? 7th Canto, Help with the Raffle, River Styx. Someplace with a pond. Oh no, we got 3 different ponds to work with. Inokashira Park for Inokashira Pond. Musashiki Park for Fujimi Pond. Sakuji Park for Senboji Pond. Okay, he said the mud of Styx, right? Wasn't this the most recent park we went to? Which park was it where Orihime was found? And kind of had like mist coming off the water that could be Styx-like. Was that Shakuji Park? Or Musashiki Park? I don't remember. Yukari shoots it at the entrance. Okay, this was a park. See, it's kind of like... It's got that atmosphere. I'd call this a very Styxian place. Hey, Onyx. Onyx, you here to make me feel better with these murders now that my own sister's gone missing? It's okay, Onyx, it's just a video game. The room? Try the kitchen. Ask around. Doesn't look like she's around here. You head to Inokashira Park, Agoda Sakuji. You wanna go outside, Onyx? Well, like I said, it has been almost 10 years since I played this, and I only remember the broad strokes. This might be one of the deaths I thought we skipped. I might have forgotten the orders. Nothing at Sakuji Park, dead silent. Benzaiten Shrine in a cave here. I did it. How would I have known that? Interior is pitch black, and Onyx wants to go outside, so give me a second. Coming, Onyx. You wanna go outside? There you go, baby. Just be careful of the big dog. You want me to follow? I'm sorry, Onyx, but I got my thing to do. He's such a precious kitty. I think he's imprinted onto me. Partially because I give him food. Partially because I protect him from the big dog. Then I give him physical affection, I pet him a lot, carry him around like a baby. Earthen walls are damp and cold. Oh, I just realized I'm missing one key thing. There. Just in case I need it. And a lock. A man's corpse. Face in a puddle. He's dead? He's dead. Did he poison himself? Murdered one more student and poisoned himself? And Yukari in an egg. An ice house filled with frigid air. She's dead then. Forget the hypothermia. She's suffocating. She can't get any air in that instead of that. Again, if she doesn't freeze to death, how long without air? Submerged in water that had to freeze, and then encased in ice. For how long? She's not exactly the last airbender here. Now, and I shudder as I write it out in verse. I was where the shades were wholly covered, showing through like bits of straw in glass. Cositas! But only the worst people get cositas. What had Yukari done to go all the way to hell? It can't be traitor. As student and teacher. In helping me find Kuskas, was it? Couldn't be. She's innocent. Yukari's going to die. A foot wearing a sandal. Takashiro? Oh no. Oh no. Takashiro's hands bound behind him, gagged and blindfolded. He's moving, he's alive. A piece of paper on his chest. O ye wrathful one, who has lost himself to anger, take the blood of the wrathful as a fee to save the soul of the peaceful. The key lies among his entrails. This is what I was talking about, where Yukari's going to die, and they're really cruel about what you have to do. A large knife lays sheathed. Kill Takashiro, get the key. To save Yukari. Or don't. Kill Takashiro to save Yukari. Or let Yukari die and spare Takashiro. She's already gone. There's no way she's still alive. Only one person that could save her. Kill Takashiro Shugo and get the key? Keep waiting until Wozumi gets here? I think she's gone. I think it's too late. She's dead either way. Let's kill him. Where's Onyx?
You passed the door.
just to see what happens to him. What's up, Mason?
And they said that they'd give me some numbers for next week.
Congrats on calling. See, you slipped through the cracks. You were new. They forgot about you because your foot was broken.
I think also they might have lost my availability sheet, so they didn't know when I could work.
Mm-hmm.
I told them anytime except for this weekend, because I have plans this weekend. I didn't remember what day we were supposed to go out, so I just said
I don't know either.
okay.
No thanks. I'm about to kill my best friend.
Oh,
You're gonna watch me kill my best friend? Because my sister is encased in ice, and before killing himself, the killer put the key to the padlock in my best friend's stomach.
why not just wait for him to pass it?
My sister encased in ice. She's freezing to death if she hasn't suffocated already.
I'm probably already.
That's what I'm saying. She's probably already dead. But you get some good anguish. It's good anguish either way. Let's get anguish flavor 1. Sorry, Takashiro. We never played Cartagora anyway, so it's no skin off my back. The feeling of piercing an enemy soldier with a bayonet on the battlefield. Oh, he was involved. That's a small key. Man's got a lot of entrails. How's he gonna find it? This is it. He's found the key.
She's an egg.
Yeah, exactly. It's an egg. Just like the, just like the Kaoru no Sojo piece of Mamaya Shinzo. Alright.
何してやがるんだ、レイ
What
ジ
have
よ。
I done?
レイジ、てめえ、高城をやったのか。
He was already dead, I promise.
うるせえ。おう、こいつの身柄も確保しろ。
We didn't even get to undo the padlock.
分かってる。あとは任せろ。どうして俺らが来るまで待てなかったんだ、バカ野郎。
Hear someone's voice?
どうだった？
保護するのが遅かったよ。
Too late to save them.
運ばれた時には。
だから君たちはグズだと言われるんだ。まあいいさ。犯人も
Who's this speaking? Called a lot of you slow.
しかしあれは。
あれを過失致死というつもりか？腹を裂いて胃袋まで切るなんて正気の沙汰じゃないだろう。
Rid of that nuisance.
邪魔者がいなくなってせいせいした。
They tore me apart.
それは
Oh,
口が過ぎると思い
Superintendent.
ますか。
三下は黙っていろ。
Don't tell me Grandpa Gumshoe is putting his career on the line for us. And so we become the detective in the shell. Game over. Our first one. It's taken us all day to get here. Alright, I'm gonna give myself a BRB. And then one of these holds the secret for getting through this encounter. Maybe it is based on getting through the Kazuna thing and getting her alive. I don't know. We'll try a few things, but first I gotta try the bathroom. So I'm gonna be back. No worries about that. And then we'll see if we can't get out of this Forsaken timeline. Because this is a tough one. This is one where if you're playing through blind, you have to take a guidebook to see what to do. It's that tricky. We'll see if we can't figure it out. Alright, just waiting for the kettle to finish boiling for the second tea. And Onyx comes back in. Oh, I just realized there's no music, is there? Onyx, what you doing? Onyx. You want to see the second go, Onyx? Is that it? He wants a lemonade. You don't like lemonade, do you, Onyx? It's all lemony. Sorry, Onyx. Both glasses are lemonade. Careful going around back there. I don't want you messing up the cam wire and everything. Mason, don't you... Mason, come this way. Go away from all my wires. Between the... Remember that dream I told you about? The dream I told you about? Where you were messing around my computer while I was streaming and it turned off? And I got mad at you? And I hear you kicking around back there? Oh, these boys! We haven't unlocked gallery yet. Config. I want to see whose voices we have. Other. We have other.
こんにちは。三山由紀子です。音声ボリュームの調整
Oh,
ということで
Yukiko. The last voice is Yukiko. Oh.
ブーね。そうね。ブライダルってのはどうかしら。結婚式あげたかったな。
Okay. So the only ones you don't have now are this person and this person. So let's see then. We gotta strategize and see what we can possibly do. We have 3 saves from today. This one is right in the murder house. But that's worthless because there wasn't any choice we can do. We found Yui's body. We found out that Shugo's wife is dead. Here is a quiz. I don't think we can steer towards what's his face from here. And from this point, we have the new body to investigate. I might have been too quick on finding the piece of paper in the mouth. That could be it. That could be the one I was talking about. Where if you're too quick to find it, you lock yourself to a bad end. I want to see if you could peg the teacher in this investigation, in this inference. The victim of the very first murder, dismembered corpse. It was Yui, but it was also Haruka. Mixed parts of 2 different people. The victims have something in common. Maybe this is it, if I get it wrong here. No, members of Schisma is correct. Because it's not just girls at the academy. Forced prostitution ring. Controlled by Orihime. Chopped up in the same manner as described. What if you steer away from Agamnianus and pull to the dismemberment case instead? Limbs chopped off, uteruses torn out. He's willing to follow that line of thought. So who would it be then? If we go for Katsuragi Shin, that's clearly wrong. Nishizono's older brother. Oh, could this be it? He's never been distressed by the fact that she's missing. Ooh. Okay, this might be what does it. But first, I want to get the egg answer in, because I think the egg answer is the right one. There are members of Schisma, the prostitution ring, led by Orihime, Egg of Neonus, who carried it out? Kusuka Tatsuhiko. And yet he kept secret, as if he knew the true nature of the murders. His connection to the other victims is somewhat weak. Is it though? As a teacher, he might have access to knowing who has visited the clinic, not the clinic, the institute. What do we have that can connect them? The black egg, the cloth, the case, exhibition now, Black Madonna, scrap of paper with a poem, Yui's letter, no. Karen Osojo, Schisma, maybe Egg of Neonus? Nothing about the abortions though. The Institute. The Institute! This connects him to the Institute, it's his prescription. No good. Oh no! No, give me back! Victim, Haruka. Members of Schisma. Led by Orihime. Him is gonna be Tatsuhiko. Let's make a second save here. That bit's forsaken anyway. The most suspicious one of them all. His connection to the other victims is somewhat weak. I've been pretty rough at the academy. Never underwent physical examinations. Can't indulge in love. We should be together since we're weaklings. My lover who died, crabby fellow, anesthesiologist, thinks poorly of me. Maybe that was the correct response though. Because the Institute is the best thing we got. isn't passable as evidence. I wonder if there's anything that gets... What if there is something, but we didn't find it? What if there is something we're missing? No good isn't passable as evidence. Number of students pregnant from prostitution or rape has been on the rise. That's a terrible reputation for the school. No good isn't passable as evidence. The black egg we used already, right? No good, okay. The black egg is no good. The black clock? No good, not passable as evidence. Takashiro detected, didn't she? We find out now, before she goes missing. No good. That's also no good. No good. The school itself is on evidence. Black Madonna. No good. Scrap of paper with a poem? No good. Kara no Sojo. Yui's photograph? No good. Schisma was also no good. No doubt it's Orohime. Agamnianus, also no good. No good. Did I do... Well, it could be I'm missing something from a previous investigation, some evidence I hadn't picked up. And that's why I simply don't have the right answer. I do think the Pathological Research Institute is the correct link somehow. Yeah, either way, Takashiro's wife is still missing. The brief song 8. We probably do need her alive.
帰ってこないんだ。カズナは今日病院に行って。いくら俺だってそこまで猛録しちゃいない。
レイジ、高城。
何か。
ついさっき、高城カズナの
Check regarding her location.
東伏見らしいが。
バカ言うなよ。
俺とレイジで行く。あんたは
If she's still gonna die, then
俺は
they're probably still lost. Very short song. So you probably do want the longer song 8. as proof that you're not forsaken to a game over.
当たりだな。
Rotten smell. Yui is still gonna be there.
おう、お前ら裏に回れ。星に逃げられちゃ元も子もねえからな。こいつは。
Yui's still here. The question is then,
ユイか。他の部屋を当たって
if our actress friend is still alive or not, is she still here?
レジ。もういないようだ。
Killer's gone, but
レジ。出るぞ。
no, she's still dead. Hey, Alexander Osias? I might have to go back and get the right evidence. This game is very tricky like that. You see why I love it. It's a detective game in all the best ways. If we don't have the right conclusion, or the right evidence, if we haven't seen or found out the right thing, then how could we possibly come to the right conclusions?
今うちの若いやつに運ばせる。高城へは俺が告げる。
And so this all is probably going to play out the same way, with Shugo going missing. Yeah, he's still missing. And so Yukari's gonna go missing next, isn't she? Anything different happened here? No, it wouldn't be too different because this is after we find the murder victims of the family home, so we know who it is. Then Yukari's still missing, no found yet. And now we know she's at Sakuji Park. But it's still gonna be too late. Whether you get there right the first time or not. Kusuka's still dead. Sister is still the girl in the shell. This time we won't kill Takashiro to rescue her. Because Wolzumi gets here right away anyway. And she's been sitting in a frozen shell with no air for how long? I already think she's dead. There's no way she's gonna be rescued. Might as well see the other side of it. Raiding Creeks, there you go, there's a chance! What if you blow through the bars, so the hot breath melts the ice? Punching the padlock. What about the knife that's right there? What if we use a knife as a fulcrum to try to break the padlock? Pinky on his right hand bent the wrong direction. He's seriously trying to go Zophie on the lock.
やめろ、レジ。わかってる。
Is he gonna do it? Does Grandpa Gumshoe have the strength to break through?
お前はノコギリ持ってきて、この鉄格子を切れ。
A saw and
あ
cut
と
through
お
the
前らはそこで
bars.
腰抜かしてるやつと伸びてるのを連れて行け。
They don't have like bolt cutters in the trunk of the patrol cars?
わかってるからさっさと行きやがれ。
彼はもう無理ですね。
His mind is completely broken.
先生、なんとかならんのですか。
Either we're locked up for murder, or we just lose our mind losing our sister.
あのようなものを見せられては 回復には随分と時間がかかると思われます。ですが回復しないわけではありません。
一緒に収容された彼は特に外傷もありませんでした。ただ胃の中に異物が入
It's
っ
a
て
key.
いる
He'll
の
poop it out
で、しばらく
easily.
検査は必要ですが。
くそ、なんでてめえだけこんなことになっちまってんだよ。くそ。
The only one who didn't pull through? Is my sister okay, actually?
しかし彼女は強いですね。低体温で
The
心
girl's
肺
strength
停
is
止だったの
impressive.
に
Cardiac
落ちなくて
hypothermia.
下肢状態から
Recovery.
の後遺症も見られない回復は極めて珍しい。
Clinical death recovered with no after effects. Well, there you go, Reiji. She's alive. You do nothing and she lives? I mean, that can't be so bad. He's like comatose or whatever. But he could hear that his sister's all right. His sister lives. So give him a few months to recover from it, and the case never gets solved. But otherwise it'll be all right, right? Okay, so I think we need something even before this. This save was at the recent body that we find.
先ほど魚住さんから
So
お電話がありま
maybe
した。地球武蔵関に来てほしいと。
maybe if I don't go for the paper right away, because as soon as we find the paper, because right, you're a clever player, and you're like, ah, I know, there's a piece of paper in the mouth now, there's one before, we check again, there it is. And you do, and the investigation ends. So what if we don't? What if we try to find other things before the paper? Oops, wrong button, let me see. Nothing suspicious here. Okay, let's go to the body.
深夜1時頃、帰宅途中のこの辺りを警官が見回ったのが午前3時頃だった。発見時にはすでに
There's
死亡
nothing
してい
else
た。
around here? Cuts all over, wound of the abdomen. Uterus has been removed, going with the sinking of the stomach. Oh, now he comments on the left leg. Every time I click the missing left leg. I guess because it's part of her clothes, it counts it as a body investigation. Treatment has been applied to stop the bleeding at the amputated region. Okay, that's it for that. Blood flow. From the skirt pocket! I missed an item with a skirt pocket! A scrap of paper, 5 centimeters square. Is this going to match the copy of the book we find in her room back at home? This goes to forensics. Okay, now I can investigate her face.
こいつはひどいな。
That might be it. That might have been the one thing we were missing. Or you know what? It could be every other victim we examined had a missing something too. We might have to go all the way back to the start.
Oh.
Then we get the piece of paper.
そうよ。仏を搬出するぞ。場所は分かっている。すでに連絡は行っているだろう。厳しいな。 月島家は西の綾崎家と並ぶ。おいエイジ、だがそれじゃ何かが見つかったとしても証拠として認められんぞ。俺は何も聞いちゃいないからな。さっさと行きやがる。
They put examine here. So if it's if I examine here like 2 or 3 times, we find the hidden book. But maybe it goes to something else as well. Nothing of note. Nothing of note. Nothing else. Gotta try clicking everything else multiple times for getting here. Nothing else. They don't match a folded piece of paper. Nothing noteworthy. Nothing strange. Nothing suspicious. Okay, so it could only be in here then. Show me the false bottom. What if I make you save? Let's make new save. And erase over the Forsaken timelines. It wouldn't come from the cover, because it had text all over it. Torn off scrap of something. Maybe inside the cover, by the inner flap. The paperback's cover. Folded up portion. So maybe somebody's copy of the Egg of Neonus has a rip. Seen this cover somewhere. That would be in Yui's photograph. I don't think we the scrap of something. It's not this. Yeah. Has to be Yui's photograph. And we're still gonna go to Katsuragi Shinji. Get led about? How is this tiny scrap of paper gonna change the timeline enough that our friend's wife doesn't die, that Yukari doesn't go missing, that we don't become either a vegetable or a murderer?
あら、今日は早いのね、時。いいわよ。忙しそうね。
うまくいったのか。ネアニスの卵。小説家の方は調べはつく。あまり期待するなよ。
時坂さん、こちらへと。お疲れのようですから。コーヒーを入れたのはいいのよ、そのくらい。
Cannily resembles the murders.
なんでお前がで。おう、俺には何が何だかわからねえが。とっとと星を突き止めてくれよ。
I doubt this is gonna change any either.
申し訳ございませんが、今は多忙でして。僕の小説が。
お待たせしました。
Still comes up.
申し遅れました。僕
But
が
still refuses to let us in.
警察からそういうこともあるのですね。それがネアニスのそんなことが。そうです。かの作品を分かりやすくしてみたものですが、卵ですか。地獄に落とされてもまだ一縷の一緒ではありませんよ。あちらは人の自己中心的。おや 加害者が読んでいるからこそ見立てがそうでしょうね。僕の本は女学生に多く読まれているそうで
Did
す
we
から。
ever tell him
大人で読
that
む
the
人は
murders are investigating are high school girls?
昨年の暮れでしょうか。ネアニスの卵。その頃はまだ僕も駆け出しでしたから、いろいろ。さあ、持ってきた本にサインはしましたが、その時にも名前は入れていませんから。
Naturally, it was Yui.
ああ、そうだ。
Was her?
この子です。白い制服、本当ですか？それは何と申し上げれば。僕の本が犯罪に使われているのでしたら、これは由々しき事態で。では、僕はこれで。まだ仕事が残ってい
I'll
ま
help
す
in
ので。
any way I can, but I'm busy, so go away. And never lets us see inside his office. Nobody's in here. He is here. Now that we know he's involved, well, that's privileged information from reading Steiner. Back from those game overs to now. The only new thing is a single scrap of paper. Surely that can't change things with him here. At this point, we know that they're related, don't we? Character list? No, we don't know. All we know is that he's the homeroom teacher. Prescribed medicine from Kochiki Pathological Research Institute for his headaches.
教頭でしたら警察とのお話があるそうで、先ほど学院を出て行かれましたよ。
What if this is the moment that he goes out to Ueno to kidnap my best friend's wife? This could be when we stop him. We could have stopped him but never do.
いえ、僕は構いませんよ。
綾時坂藩、もう来たんですか？
But we also have a second piece of evidence, so maybe we can get forensics on the notebook thing too? Or the paperback thing?
そないにあの子の結果が知りたかった。おいなら行きますえ。死
is
因
all gonna
は
be the same.
全身に及ぶ死体観察なんて解剖医。せやね。施術中は出血も少なかった。推定死亡時刻もその。今回の仏さんは簡単に。今までの仏さんはほぼ一撃で亡くなっとりま。せやね。うん。そこも今までと同じや。地球うまくしとったんちゃいますやろか。仏さんからわかることは今んとここんくらいやね。
Come back in the evening.
お口の中入っとった
Did we actually? I can't remember.
夕方にでも来てな。
The other piece of paper.
うん、そっちも後回しやね。そういっぺんに何でもできひんって。
That one will come later too. Can't do anything through just a corner. What if there was paper in everybody's pockets? They can't do a thing with one corner. They need everybody's corners. And I've only got the one corner. One corner for the corner.
任せとき。
なんだあんた、所長はいない。
So this is through.
さっさと済ませて帰ってくれ。
Okay, who we asked it about? Yui? We asked about Yui? We asked about Orihime? This man. Oh, right, this man. See what I get for skipping through.
いえ、
This man, we're talking about who Yui came with. Since we know the answer who it really is, the implication would be the guy who was seeing her for a bit and who was put in the hospital. But since we know about the brother, we don't know about the brother. He doesn't know about the brother yet, but we know about the brother. Was it him?
違いますね。あ、でもこの方は
This man was a patient in the
精神科
psychiatric
に通ってい
department.
た気が。精神科は斉藤先生が担当されています。 詳しい話はそちらでお聞きになった方が
Do
よ
we
ろしい
have
か
any
と。
reason, though, to logically ask about him? Because either way, right, if you ask about the photographer guy, she just says, oh no, it wasn't him. And we're like, it wasn't him? And she's like, no, but it was a patient of the psychiatric department, Dr. Saito. And we go there anyway. So maybe it doesn't matter too much. Because either way we get to him. And he tells us, didn't you know they're brother and sister? Their parents got divorced before the war?
確か産科に通う西園さんと一緒にいたとすると、おそらくしまったな。ご存知なかったの
You
です
know
か。
what, Dr. Saito has gray hair, so obviously he's an older doctor. How much you want to bet that he's a charlatan who, shortly after the war, passed himself off as an unlicensed midwife, giving services to the hospitals, then went into hiding and came back as a psychiatrist with fraudulent credentials? If he's been in contact with our current murderer, whose methods of murder resemble not just the Agamemnonist but also bits of Divine Comedy? Well, not that. Also resemble the murders of 6 years prior.
患者の個人的なことについて、仕方ありませんね。私が聞いた話では、西園さんのご家庭は
Divorced
再三
after the
離
war.
婚されてい
End
る
of the
そう
war,
で
not
す。
before.
妹さんは母親に引き取ら
Little
れ、
sister went with the
西園
mom.
生になったのでしょうね。
Brother went with
戦後の
dad.
混乱で戸籍が随分と失われました。そのせいでしょうね。記録上では兄弟として認められ、彼は
They're
大馬女
siblings.
学院どうだったの
And
でしょ
yet,
うか。
he has
十数年の時を経
remained
て再会
remarkably
したい
calm about her
知らず
disappearance.
それでも教師と彼女が失踪したとし、なんせ年が明けて、ですがそれこそが彼の苦悩を物語っていると思い、人の心など千差万別。表現の仕方は心の数だけあるんです。
What do I do now? What did I do last time? Because these events matter too. But what do we do? What did we do last time? Did we go to the hospital? Moon World? The park? The Girls' Academy? Girls' Academy was nothing, right? What are these things was nothing? Oh no, that's right. Going to Girls' Academy. Nobody is here. But we got some Toko time. And we're all being sweet, we're worried. What to do for part 2? Takasho Detective Agency? We went there when Orihime was missing. Because I thought maybe we could use the detective friend to help find Orihime, but he was out. And we spoke to the wife. And if we come back, he's gonna be here. It'll be like, oh, my wife's not here, I thought you were her. Turns out that since she got pregnant, we've been having less fun. So I was hoping we could have some private time. So he's not gonna be of any help. Hospital then, maybe? I do have business here, honest. Oh no, I don't think we did get anything from her.
エロ早かった押すな。早いのは嫌われますよ。
Oh, coming from her.
文字の書いてた紙切れの方は鑑定済んどりますけどな。
Way to
も
walk
う
the
一
other
個のは
one.
もうちょい待っておくんなもし。あんな時坂はん、まだ仏さん運ばれてから何時間も経ってへ
Yeah,
んの
we're
や
talking
な。
about the papers, not
う
the
ちにそない
corpses.
働けだなんて無体なこと言わんでおくんなもし。時坂はんが頑張ってくれるんやったら、
Oh
うち
no.
も頑張れるんやけどな。
Do I need to prep the butterflies? Her gaze falls not too subtly upon my groin.
相変わらずいけずよわ。まあ、そこがええんですけど。 紙切れは前と同じですわ。西園結衣藩の筆跡をす。唾液は月島織姫藩。亡くなる前に詰め込まれたみたいやね。
All the evidence is coming together? Really? Is it?
帰れますか？うちむっちゃ寂しいね。
Oh, Natsumo, we got work to do. We gotta find these killers. Invite Uozumi over.
魚住藩は身持ち固いんやもん。時坂藩くらいの軽さでないとあかんよ。
At least we managed to escape.
おかえりなさい、兄さん。もうすぐ夕ご飯ができますから、少し待っていてくださいね。
Okay, that's pretty the same then. And then comes Memory for Tomorrow. Chapter 7. Human chair. What does human chair refer to? I know the Roman chair,
それでは行ってまいります。
but I can't recall what from this chapter refers to that. Possibly the last time we see
兄
Yukari.
さんはユキコさんのところへ。ええ、分かっています。お一人で行かれるのでしょ？
Whoops, whoops. We know it's coming, so I'm just gonna butterflies all throughout the flashback.
前にも言ったでしょ。時坂さんと
And
私
then
は
we're going to butterflies all through Toko.
同じなんだって。
I'm pretty sure this is required to survive through. Okay, what's going on here now? Hold on, analysis for the paper. This is new. Letter left in my mailbox, no stamp, from Natsume-san. Shinjuko's pretty far out of her way. Made her little sister deliver it. The analysis requested for the scrap from the book. The blood's a perfect match for Orihime. And they got fingerprints. One set from an adult male, and one set from a female. Orihime's? Unknown! Unknown! But this could be the missing link. Everything else, right, was just no good as not evidence! But if this could connect Orihime and the teacher, this could be all I need. Remember seeing it somewhere? From a book. Only one possibility. The egg of Neonus. The flap of the cover matches perfectly! I think this is it. I don't know if this is gonna rescue her best friend's wife. Like I said, she has two outcomes, but I'm not sure if she's required to survive to the ending. But this might be what we need to get through Yukari's kidnapping. From the one owned by the killer. Find the book this fragment came from. We've got the murderer. Tell Yukari-chan where you're going. She's worried about you. So she's alive at this point. They all own the book. They've all owned the book. Can we say the word now? Let's think it over. The victim in the very first murder. There's two technically. Victim have something in common, they're members of Schisma. A prostitution ring. Controlled by Orihime. Chopped up as described in the Egg of Nice. I think it's him. See, take notes. Frogware's Sherlock Holmes games. And that, what was it? Hercule Poirot, the first cases. Both of which were detective games much like this, but leaned too heavily in Poirot's case on the deduction aspect. Sherlock Holmes, alright, you're more playing the fantasy of Sherlock Holmes. And so it gives you a bare bones thing to like frame your thinking. But Poirot was way too strict. If you want to open the front door, you gotta go through 25 steps of revelations to teach Poirot how a doorknob operates and what its function is. And that, if you twist the knob, that in itself, its own revelation, and open the door, that there's more world beyond it. Where's this? You might be thinking Mori, because he knew Yui beforehand. You might be thinking Katsuragi Shin, because it's his book. But you gotta put your little gray cells together. For real. To realize, wait a minute, Kusuka has not been behaving as proper if he knew his sister's been missing. You gotta come to that revelation without having to do very tightly choreographed charts to do it. Nishizane is Yui's brother. It's a close connection, but he's never acted distraught. And now we gotta decide what evidence is going to work here. The most suspicious one of all. Something to connect them. Maybe he also owns... Wait. Where's a scrap of paper? Torn off scrap of something. Maybe he also owns a copy. Maybe now the connection to the Pathological Research Institute will work. The scrap of something? The scrap from the Egg of Nina slipped into Orihime's uniform. If he's got a copy of the book with the ripped cover. Go talk with Kusuka at his home. Search for Kusuka's fingerprints at the academy. Okay. We've done it, folks. We've changed the future. And because we have performed reading Steina twice now, we know there's some urgency in having to go to his home. So I think Academy might work, but there is urgency. We gotta go stop him. Faculty directory. Ogi Kubo! He's using a false address! Can we get a patrol car? Cause maybe if a cop is with me and it turns out it's a false address, they could pick up the real one. And we can go tonight. My instructions die mid-sentence. What happened? Oh no, and this is still gonna happen. So if I take a cab then? If I take a cab instead? Do we skip this? We skip this? It still happens? But we end up doing our own investigation instead? Folks, it's a possibility.
今からそっちに車を回す。急いで上野まで出てきてくれ。
Writhing in the darkness. How long is song 8 gonna be this time?
ああ、時坂が。
Death warmed over.
あいつが。カズナが。
A single scrap of
帰ってこ
paper.
ないんだ。
That's still the same.
代わりに、カズナは今日、病院に行って、いくら俺だってそこまで猛録しちゃいない。やつだ。
レイジ、高城。
何か。
ついさっき、
A
高
tip
城和也の居場所
regarding
に関するタレコミが寄せられた。
location.
なんだって。
東伏見らしいが。
バカ言うなよ。
俺とレイジ
It's
で行
gonna
く。
be the exact
あんたは
same.
待っていてくれ。
おい、俺は。
No, chapter's over already. We couldn't change the future.
当たりだな。こいつは。
So Yui is still gonna be dead. We're gonna check her first as always.
星に逃げられちゃう。こいつは。
But the question is, what do we find in the next room?
西園ゆいか。他の部屋を当たってみる。
He's probably dead, since we weren't able to intercept him.
レイジ。もういないようだ。
Let's get out of
レイ
here.
ジ。出るぞ。今うちの若いやつに運ばせる。高城へは俺が告げる。
Okay, we gotta take the cab then. The thing that connects them, the torn out scrap of something. Fingerprints. Go to his house by way of cab. And we've skipped the phone call. We've skipped the phone call, and so we don't get sidetracked. The wife is still going to be missing. No lights on, place empty. But it's the wrong location. Good that we didn't contact. This is a dead end. Mio's room. Who's Mio? Put on some gloves. Okay. Gonna be sneak thief about this. The book on top of the desk. Medical text. What about under the book? Is there a book under the book? No book under the book. Nothing. These books. The painting is nothing. There's a hat. I don't see anything here. I really hope it's not one book in the whole stack of books. Something stuck between the shelves, do you see that? There's like one book on its side or something. Midway in the journey of our life, I came to myself with a dark wood. It's the Inferno, it's a divine comedy. And it's in Yui's handwriting. We found the notebook that the torn pages came from. I mean, we had this revelation already. We found the notebooks, of course, remind us. Oh no, the fourth Kanto, because it's another victim! Oh no! Still one more victim. Okay, how do we save? How do we save our best friend's wife? And get this guy? Where the fuck did you wander off to? To Ueno? Or we're gonna make the connection between the missing wife and the new victim. It couldn't be. Yes it is. We're taking inspiration from the Agamnianus, so partially from Dante's Inferno, but also from the murders 6 years ago. Shichatakuska? We don't know where he's gonna be at though. Chase after him, but where is he? If we go to Ueno, then we could fill everybody in. And we could dragnet this, right? Sitting listlessly, death roamed over, death warmed over.
あいつがカズナが帰ってこないんだ。代わりに夢受けにカズナは今日病院に行っていくら俺だってそこまで猛録しちゃいない。奴だったらすぐにレイジ高城何か
おうよ星の矢差が見つかったぞ。
We found the suspect's house.
月島織姫が見つかった場所の近くだ。
We found the suspect's house, right? This time it wasn't a tip left to us. It wasn't a tip left to us. We found it on our own. So maybe the tip came from the killer himself. And if we take too long, he finishes processing the body, tells us where to find it, and then ghosts to perform his next killing. But because we knew who to look for, we found the house.
それはわからねえ。月島織姫の件を探ってたやつが
Suspicious of the place should be abandoned, with people inside at night.
空き家のはずだが夜になると人の気配がするってな。
待ってくれ。
Okay, this is different.
あんたは残っていてくれ。まだ嫁さんの居場所ははっきりしねえんだ。わかった。行くぞ、レイジ。
Red? It's gone red. Is she still gonna die then? The good news is, Chapter 8 is still continuing. The bad news is... Finally the time has come. She's sleeping right in front of me. It was a stroke of luck to acquire such perfect material. I stroke her cheek. She doesn't really look like her. It doesn't matter. There are so many ways I can do this. I gaze at her limbs, pondering. I knew it. They're in the way. You prune away the parts you don't need. I pick up an axe and approach her. She has such beautiful skin. It'll be a suitable substitute. I grip the right leg. Her labia, covered by pubic hair, are spread apart. Butterflies, just in case. You never know if it's gonna be like grotesque murder scene, or grotesque murder scene with the bits right in your face, for that juxtaposition of sex and violence that Innocent Grey apparently loves. Holding the thighs in place, I bring the axe down. The right leg falls to the floor. She does not wake up. Naturally, I made sure that she was thoroughly drugged. It'd be inconvenient if she woke up and raised a fuss. So good news, she's alive. For now. It's not as though I'm doing this to hear girls scream. There's still one more thing for me to do. And we get there in time, right before we can do it? Song 9. The Love of the Brute. That's a different title. Dawn breaks. Kuska's basking satisfaction of a mission accomplished. Oh no. Nobody else can interfere. Fondly stroking the cheek of the girl sleeping beside him. Almost looks like she's laughing when she's asleep. The things that happen, we tell too many people we're actually a cop. His interest in the murder should have been a warning. Only someone who knows about Schisma or the murders would ask about the black egg. So last year, end of last year, is when he learned about it. That's at the same time that Yui started acting weird and then went missing shortly after in early January. Couldn't forgive the unclean act she had committed. So it's not anger at Schisma for forcing his little sister into it. Anger at your little sister for doing something she was forced into. Was she your first victim? She ceased her activities. That's probably why she was acting weird. Because she was probably forced into it, drugged up, ties to criminals. You can't just easily leave it behind. But she tries to anyway. To restore her former lifestyle, he began his revenge. Annihilate the Schisma. Exterminate the heretics. Worked his way into the group he loathed, considering it's a teenage prostitution ring. Wouldn't worming his way into the group involve all the things he hates? Oh no, that's right, the connection to the medical angle. Kuska's father was a doctor. Hold up. Not at the same pathological research institute, is it? Did Dad know all this time? Was he right there? Used this houses for medicine, including drugs that weren't known distributed to the public. You supplied Orihime with narcotics. Someone must act in God's stead. Why is it always the violent nutjobs that want to do work for God for free? That's us? We came to suspect him? Suspected him because someone outside the group. Is that why he targets my best friend's wife or my kid's sister? No, the Kuchiki Pathological Research Institute. From there, he brought home a girl who caught his eye. So was kidnapping and mutilating my best friend's wife. Less because of sins she's done and more to punish the hospital. Pregnant, therefore blood of a dirty whore. Incels, man. Yui, but Yui's a stitched up pile of meat and maggots. Pressed his lips to Yui's withered cheek, running his tongue across the skin. You see, anime? You see what you do when you keep putting in these... Everyone loves their big brothers, the big brothers love the little sister plots? Then slips his raging erection inside. Do I need the butterflies? Preemptive butterflies. Okay, good. We don't get to see him brutalizing a corpse. A maggot-infested corpse. Okay, so... So our best friend's wife might have lost a leg, but she might be alive still. There's a chance we could save her. And Kuzka's still here, so we might be able to catch him. A pair of leather shoes, neatly arranged. He's here! He's still here!
お前らは裏に回れ。万が一のことがある。絶対に逃がすなよ。
This is awful. So we still find Yui first? Yui and Kuzka next to her. The only difference so far is he found one scrap of paper, went to his house, and found the notebook, Yui's notebook. So nothing should have changed in how we interacted with him prior to this. He has no idea we're here. Maybe because of all this, we're an hour sooner. Around like an hour and two before he gets to murder the guy and then run away and hide. Did he poison himself? There also wasn't anything found on him as far as external injuries go in the bomb shelter place. So maybe he always gets poisoned. Maybe somebody poisons him here, somebody else, and then takes him there, dumps him, kidnaps my sister. Could be. Maybe this is the end of his involvement in the plot. He wanted this. He's got the body that he wants. And then he's satisfied, but then there's somebody else. And we simply come here before they have the chance to clean up the place. Maggots crawling around inside the shredded cheeks. The cheeks he just kissed and licked. Body's in a worse state and...
とんでもないことをしてやがったな。
I'm sure he can tell. I'm sure he hasn't cleaned up that mess. Pulls back the blanket from the dead man. He's naked. Yellow tinged fluid on the torso. Yellow tinged. So he's probably been doing this often enough to build up some sort of infection inside himself as well. So, is the wife alive then? Do we get here in time?
他の部屋を探すぞ。
We're following with him. He's not letting us stay behind this time. Oh no, there's a but. Couldn't find Takashiro Kazuna. Well, we found the killer at least. Found the killer and he's gone. And he's resting in the back room. He hasn't gone missing himself. I mean, she's missing though, so she's not confirmed dead. And he does in the other timeline. A package.
ちょっと大きいんで中に入れてしまってもいいですか?
A chest of some kind, with scent of flowers. We got permission. Bring it in.
荷物?
That's a chest. That's a plywood coffin.
伝票に書いてありますよ。あ、ほら、ここに時坂レイジって。
Oh, well, if you could return to set. Wait, that's us. Suginami Ward, Ipukuji, Tokisaka Reiji. It is us. That's totally us. Don't open that. Too late. Oh, wait, what? Didn't realize it'd just be full frontal like that. It's his wife, it looks like. Fully naked, lying in lilies, tied up. But the worst bit is she has an incision going down her abdomen, from the belly button down. Takashio's first reaction. Inside the box, packed with lilies all around, is Kazuna. Right leg severed at the base, and the large incision stitched closed on her abdomen. Oh no. And she was visibly pregnant, right? She's not anymore, her proportions are back down to smaller. She used to be pregnant, is the exact wordage of the text. Her swollen stomach is now flat.
Kazuna. Kazuna! Oi! Kazuna!
But wait, if she's tied up, then she's probably tied up for a reason, right? To keep her from moving and disturbing the box and being found? So she might be alive still?
Kazuna! 返事をしてくれ! Kazuna!
Though, in response to his voice, Kazuna's eyelids open ever so slightly. She is still alive! Missing a leg and uterus ripped out like 8 or 9 months into pregnancy. But she's alive. She's still alive. Gaze shifts to Takashiro. See, and she's vocal. She's alive, conscious, and vocal. Takashiro Kazuma taken to Kuchiki Pathological Research Institute. Her condition remarkably stable. Expert treatment of Wuhan investor, so somebody took care of her. And lost her uterus. So not just her child, but her ability to make future ones here on out. He still got his marriage at least. If they want kids, they could adopt. They could try in vitro or surrogates. They got options. Important thing is, she came back alive. They should celebrate.
Tokisaka-san. あんなに辛そうな修吾様、見たことありません。
And that's a lot coming from her. She's lived through Cartagra.
カズナさんがあんなことになって、その赤ちゃんもこんなのひどすぎます。
Doesn't matter. Use either Divine Comedy or Agamemnonus as a model for his punishment of the victims. Well, both surely. Agamemnonus was based on Divine Comedy. The cracked eggs is definitely from Neonus. Divine Comedy was how the bodies are mutilated. But Divine Comedy also informed Neonus was both. It's one of the same. Unbelievers aren't saved. Their sin is one of living a life of idleness. Idleness? That's not directed towards Kazuna, is it? She was pregnant. She couldn't work the stage when pregnant. That's not idle. Or is that the punishment? The punishment itself is losing the leg, losing the child, being unable to act again. Autopsy report's finished. Who's the autopsy on this time? The Frankenstein Yui and Casca?
来ましたか。
That, and we've been giving her so much work.
時坂はが謝ることあらしまへんえ。うちはこれでご飯食うとりますしな。まずは女の子
First
の
off is a
仏さん
female,
や
so
け
it
ど。
is both of them. Okay, give us the deets.
頭は西園由衣、胴体が今村遥、左腕小泉慶、右腕滝川由美、左足月島織姫、右足高城和奈。亡くなっとるのとぴったり一致するわ。
Going down the list gave me a throb right here on the occipital lobe.
警察の捜査の結果、家の庭に今村遥の両腕が埋められていたのを発見。西園由衣の胴体と両足は冷蔵庫に入っとったんやけど、
Decomposed, but not eaten, right?
冷蔵庫だって最新式の電気のやない。 氷入れとくやつやったからな。まさか氷屋さん呼んで入れてもらうわけにもいかんかったんやろね。
It's not a fridge, it's an icebox. I don't know about carefully preserve.
本人がおらんから
Given the
なん
maggots
と
and
も
the
言えへ
rots.
んね。ほいで次は草加達彦。死因は抗うつ剤及び睡眠導入剤の過剰摂取による心不全。
That sounds
ほ
deliberate.
んま世間を騒がせた割にしょうもない死に方やわ。くだらんわ。ほんまくだらん。
草加達彦について調べたらいろいろと出てきたぞ。西園由美と兄弟だったのは真実のようだ。父親の証言が取れた。
And who's his father? Medical texts at his apartment suggested his father was a doctor. Is he at the institute?
地方の病院に勤めていたんだ
No,
が、
regional hospital.
実家には全く帰っていなかったようだ。
Okay. I would have believed if he worked at the institute, because everyone's tied to it in one way or another.
それでも実家に多くの薬品を保管していたということで、薬事法か麻薬取締法違反の疑いで捜査中だ。詳しくはそこに書いてある。もっとも星が死んだせいで動機などの肝心な部分はわからねえがな。
If they wait about 52 years, they could play the game and figure it out from the flashbacks.
愛しとったんとちゃいますやろか。
She would know. She's seen the state of the rotted dick and the abuse of the body.
おそらく殺意なんかなかったと思います西園由比藩がいけないことに手を染めてて止めたかったんでしょうな。わかりますその気持ち。せやかてうちはしゅうちゃんもななちゃんもみんな愛しとりますさかいな。もちろんカズナ藩もどすえ。
So wrong coming from her in particular. He knows. Well, what bit of foreknowledge you remember? No. Sad as it is, it's the best possible outcome you can get for Kazuna. Too late to save her leg or the baby. But you do manage to get her alive. And that's the best you could ask for. March 24th? Let's say we do March 24th. After I return from another bathroom break. Because I brought lemonade today, and lemonade's so good. So I'm drinking too much because it's been too long since the last lemonade, so it's all going through me. So give me a second. And then we'll continue from here when I get back. Sound good? Good. March 24, is it? You're just going by fast. But think, just yesterday. It was February 24th. Okay. Close this out then. Put this away. Game up. OBS up. Everything up. Alright, so back to the school chapel. After they've lost. What was it? At least 3 students, maybe 4. And 1/3 the teaching staff. Memorial service for Orihime, Yui, and Haruka. And not a single tear shed or memorial for the teacher. Well, the good news for Reiji, at least, is that now that they're down 1 full-time teacher, if the detective thing doesn't work out, they've got an opening. He seems decent in the classroom. Apart from the whole dating a student thing, so maybe he shouldn't teach here. Subject of a search are dead. More victims are dead. Killer is dead. Is this the best he can do? Sadly, yes it is. I'm not joking. The closer you get, and the more you uncover the truth, the closer you get to dying. You really do have to just coast through the game to live, to get to the good end.
ああ、時坂先生。こちらにいましたか。今回の件についてお礼を申し上げようと思いまして。
My assistants, and I really haven't done all that much. He might as well have stayed a cop, because he hasn't prevented any crime.
そんなことはありません。きちんと事件を解決されたではありませんか。
Grant him credit though. Figuring out his Kasuga and then going to his apartment and getting that final piece of connection, he did solve it. Just too late to save anybody.
月島さんが亡くなられたのは決してあなたの責任ではありませんよ。時坂先生にはとても感謝しています。これは少ないのですが、取っておいてください。
We're getting paid. An envelope. Ooh. This just means, speaking of payment, that the only job we have left is finding the true self of Toko.
ではこうしましょう。これは時坂先生が授業を行ったことに対する報酬です。それならばどうですか。受け取ってください。あなたはそれだけのお仕事をされたのですから。
But we didn't wrote them stuff on standardized tests. We gave them trivia and information.
そうですか。
Which I guess means they're basically working for free. What about the police? Technically we're on the police's payroll, right? Because Uezume was giving us a job. This is his commission to us.
ねえ、何かあった時にはぜひよろしくお願いします。
If anything else does arise, you better be speaking in teaching terms then.
時坂先生。ゆいのお墓、どこにあるか知っていますか？連れて行ってください。まだお別れもしていないんです。
Gonna be a long walk if it's a far off grave. Luckily, it's near the
何も
school.
話してはくれませんでした。ですが、何か一言でも相談してくれればよかったのに。
I've been involved in an incident and murdered. That's plenty. That's plenty of information for a school announcement. Boyfriend also coming to pay respects?
どうも。
A bucket and a cup.
あの人はあの人が
He's the one. Did she mention him before?
ユイが手紙に書いていました。面白い人だ。
Now, was she smitten? Because I thought that Yumu and her might have been the item. Oh, he was doing cleaning. That's sweet. She was put back together and then cremated. Toko? Also visiting your old classmates?
学院を出る時からずっと後ろにいたんだけれど。
Oh, she's still playing the game of Follow the Detective.
佐藤さんとのおしゃべりに忙しかったのかな？うん、そうだったね。私にとっても美術部の後輩だったから。
Oh, you were her senpai.
さて、帰ろうか、時坂先生。そうなの？だったら、どうしてそんな辛そうな顔をしているの？
Well, there you go. Now it's no longer dating your own student. It started off that way, so it's still really wrong. Also, she's like 15, 16.
そう。
I mean, technically your job was to detect, to solve the murder. You weren't specifically paid to help people, or to keep them alive, or to solve the case.
時坂さんは優しす
So
ぎるんだよ。
technically,
そう。
technically he's done his job.
自分に責のないことまで背負い込んじゃってるような気がする。だからって塞ぎ込むことないじゃないか。次に同じような鉄を踏まないようにすることこそが大事なんじゃないのかな。
The mistake of not being absolutely psychic.
そうなんだよ。時坂さんは優しくて
Toko,
強いんだ
we're
か
in
ら。
the graveyard. We're not gonna repeat what happened at the park in the graveyard. My dead fiance is right over there.
帰ろう、時坂さん。
Intermission. Oh, cool. We survived to intermission. Oh, wait.
兄さん、こちらですよ。
March 25th. I think there's a choice in here, but I'm not sure if it matters. Oh, well, was she gonna eat it? Oh. Oh no.
イナゴの佃煮ですよ。
Grasshopper surimi. I mean, what's the difference between insects and shrimp, you know?
あら、お気に召しませんでしたか？自分で作ってみたんですけれど。
If it's on land, it's insects and it's gross. If it's in the water, it's seafood, it's delicious.
美味しいですよ。他にも蜂
Sauteed
の子を
hornet
炒めのと
larva,
ザザムシの佃煮が
stonefly
ありま
larva
す。
surimi. Oh, Reiji, you don't want to know what Kamaboko is.
兄さん、お行儀が悪いですよ。
Truly, are we any different from the killer who we just kinda pseudo-caught? Who was also too close to his sister.
「兄さん、寝てしまわれたのですか？」
先生とゆかりむっちゃラブラブだ。
疲れているのよ。しばらく休ませてあげて。
Suzuka?
うわ、起きた。
Still in uniform, not here for the flowers? For the petals?
せっかく先生の顔にいたずら書きしちゃおうと思ってたのに。
She's a novelist, not the artist.
つづり子もどう？食べてみる？
ねえ先生、大
Which
丈夫
ones
そう
will
なのって
say
どれ？
she already knows how Yuriko cooks? Quite familiar with Yukari's culinary practices. The surimi should be fine.
バッタの足みたいなの見えてるけど。
Ah, you can't fool her! She's too clever!
どうしたの？
よく食べられるね、それ。去年、学院の裏手にある田んぼで取ったイナゴで
It's
し
a
ょ。
year old, not even fresh grasshoppers?
ええ、そうですよ。
私には無理だわ。綺麗だね。やっぱりここにも埋まってるのかな。あ、よくわかったね。先生だったら本当に桜の木の下に埋まった死体も見てるんじゃないの？
He knows her literary references. I mean, if he's gotta date students, don't they got good rapport? She's clever for the detecting. She brings in pay with her novels. They know the same references. Have roots spread out all over the place.
夢がないな。夢ね。あ、そうだ。今度私の本が出るんだよ。もっと褒めてくれても構わないよ。
Is it steamy? Oh
な
my
んでそういうの
goodness.
ばっか気にするかな、おっさんは。
つづり子、そんなに足を上げては見えてしまいますよ。
あっ、見えた？
That question never goes well. Put the letter? Staring at the letter. Who sent us the letter? Kushiki Toko. An invitation. Monday, March the 26th, tomorrow. To the art museum? Sure. We're between work. We've only got the one client now and it's her. Day-to-day interactions, he says. Is that what the kids are calling it?
Ah, 時坂さん、来てくれたんだね。じゃあ作戦の第一段階は成功と考える差し支えないのかな。まあ気にしないでいいよ。それはね、この時間じゃないと間に合わないからなんだよ。じゃあ行こうか。それは着いてからのお楽しみだよ。
That's not the museum. That's not the museum at all.
なんだい？見ればわかるじゃないか。倉敷だよ。
Is there an art museum in Kurashiki?
バカだな。岡山県に決まってるじゃないか。ちゃんと手紙に書いたじゃないか。美術館へ行きたいと。
To the art museum. I'm gonna guess, in all fairness,
閉まってしまうよ。
she hadn't specified which one.
ここから歩いて15分くらいらしいから早く行こ
う。Building reminiscent to the temples of ancient Greece.
あ、よかった。まだ空いているみたいだ。
But for how much longer though?
中原美術館といって西洋画の所蔵量に関しては国内随一のところだよ。
If it closes say in 15 minutes, we have as much time to enjoy it. The sun is coming down.
そりゃ、ここの絵画が失われては世界にとっての損失だからね。
Is Stella gonna be somehow here too? And each and every last one of them. Fake spot by Red's grandfather. They don't have any Mamaya Shinzo though. Is it even a real museum if they don't have Mamaya Shinzo? Oh, they're on loan.
すごいね。東京で私たちが見た絵もここで所蔵していたものだそうだよ。みたいだね。ほんと、来てよかったよ。
But that means she doesn't get to have a second view with the Karano Sojo painting. But then if it's at Tokyo, we could always use it whenever.
当然だろ。これだけの名画が揃っていたんだから。怒ってないの？
Why would he be? Museum date's fun.
急にこんなところまで連れてきちゃってさ。
And they get to ride the train over to it.
迷惑じゃなかったかなって。そうだよね。ありがとう。それじゃ帰ろうか。今からだと夜行になっちゃうかもしれないけれど。夜行列車。
There is no night train. 10 minutes. Late by a mere 10 minutes.
立ち話してなかったら間に合ったかもね。どうしよう。
Well, gotta find a place to sleep. There's a concrete awning. Hopefully keeps the cold away.
ここで来ない列車を待ち続けていても仕方ないだろ。
They could walk. They could walk all the way back to Tokyo. It's a small distance, right? Look for a
それ
place
が
to
いいか
spend
も
the
しれないね。
night.
ああ、うん。でも、うちは大丈夫だから。
Toko, there was just a rash of murders. Of high school girls. And you want your parents to worry by vanishing one night.
時坂さんに誘拐されるなら構わないけれどな。
Truly the heart of romance.
新婚さんに見られたかな、私たち。
This is how you know that we must be back on the golden ending path. Because it slaps in all sorts of teasing before things go south again.
へえ、ここって混浴のお風呂があるんだ。
Mixed bath? You mean like Coke and rum together? You go and take one alone.
時坂さん、一緒に入ろうか。私の体が他の人に見られても構わないというのかい？じゃあ決まりだね、サイコ。早く汗を流したいんだ。今日は随分と外にいたからね。
I think though that if this is the golden ending path, this might be the last big butterflies encounter. And then clear sailing apart for a few corpses here or there. But then again, there are huge holes in my memories. There's always been some that I've already forgotten about. Strip down the changing rooms. Preemptive butterflies just in case. From Summer Beyond the Steam.
そうだね。
Safe for now, but I think I'll keep the butterflies on because it is gonna get steamy. It's PG for now, she's got the towel, but she's not gonna for long.
もしかして浴場してるのかな？
Have her carnal desires awaken. A question addressed directly to Innocent Gray, not so Innocent Gray. The moon's pretty though. I'll take the butterflies off for the moon.
今日は満月なのかな？岡山で見る月も綺麗だね。
The moon here in Okayama is beautiful as well. We gotta tell her it's the same moon. The school's supposed to be so elite, but she doesn't realize it's the exact same moon as in Tokyo.
昔ね。
I mean, there's nothing naughty going on. We're just missing some, like, background lore to Reiji. Less streetlights when he was a kid. And yet, that revelation about just how vast the gap is between them doesn't bother her at all.
そうかもしれないね。
Oh no. Dojins teach me getting dizzy's never a good sign. Melancholy expression. A woman's profile apart from her actual age is a terrible way to put it.
時坂さん？時坂さんこそのぼせているんじゃないのかな？年を取ると長湯は危険だよ。
It's a pre-sprint warm-up, the back and forth banter.
だって時坂さんは私よりも年上
But
じゃない
aren't you
か。
older than me? Yes, Toko. Sometimes I forget that you're a lot younger than I am, Reiji. Maybe that's a wake-up call. Maybe that's a warning sign.
時坂さんにそう言われるの
Makes her happy to hear
嫌い
that.
じゃないよ。
With a sultry whisper. This girl might only be mature on the outside. If he has that revelation, then maybe this relationship shouldn't be going this direction. And so it begins. Butterflies are staying up, and you can tell by the music change.
あまり時坂さんも愛し合わない。ね、ね、そういや、ね。
Public baths too. These are the mixed baths at the end. So just about anybody could walk in. Oh my goodness. You quite done yet? And giving me options, come inside or come outside. This is gonna sound crazy, but I think this has plot importance. I actually think it does have plot importance, whether you go in or out. Because there's like one final twist at the end, which you could probably guess too, given the options. We'll be reckless. Let's get some teen pregnancy going for the sake of plot. They done? They done, but I don't think they're done. There's always round 8 after all. See, come and join in the futon. This is gonna go places, but how safe is it for now? We're gonna get into Lauren. Yeah, she barely knows herself. She's got like little friends. And the first guy she gets close to becomes an adult relationship with her former teacher, possibly twice her age. I'd call this all very weird, and she's already going off. City's over. Hot ever since earlier. That's gonna be Lord. Butterflies up, butterflies. Guides my hand between her legs. Yep. It's round 8. Well, scratch what I said about the choice from earlier being plot relevant, because they end up being reckless anyway. Was there a promise? Okay, let's go back to that plot. What else do we have on discovering her true self? Oh, that's it. That's all.
今の自分が本当の自分じゃないような気がすると言っただろ。その原因を探ろうとしたんだ。
So she thinks that just because she's adopted into the family, the she that she is isn't really her? Yeah, family's family though. She's still her. I mean, I guess if she wants to know where she came from, that's a different question, but I guess that's alright. But that doesn't change her true self. She knows herself better than anyone.
まさかこんなはっきりとした結果が出るとは
思っていなかったけれどね。
Also, some detective. The client has to tell us all the answers.
あそこの朽木家の人間じゃないという思いは
Which also
昔から漠然
means
と持っていたんだ。
if she wasn't part of the family, then it doesn't matter if Chizuru doesn't look like her, cause then the model for Kara no Sojo, we can't see it here. Could be an actual mother or an aunt or related. Crime scenes. All the crime scenes are over in this west part of the city. Close to Musashiki Park.
多分戦争で起こった混乱に乗じて誰かに連れてこられたんじゃないのかな。私が戸籍を調べたことだったら母さんやおじさんには言っていないよ。余計私の思いだったら今時坂さんに言ったのが初めてだよ。でもそれ以上のことは調べられなかったんだ。
Isn't really going to be a good start to future
探偵さんにお願い
relationships.
したいんだ。私は本当の自分を知りたいから。
She can't open up to people emotionally unless she's had sex with them.
本当？ありがとう、時坂さん。
He seems very nonplussed about her age.
え？
I don't know the
そうだね。
rules here. I don't know if it's legal or not in this point of time in this part of Japan, but I don't know. I'm a simple guy. If something's like legal, then something's legal, but even for me, if the gap is way too large, it doesn't really come off right, you know, to put it very mildly. Like, people behave differently. If it's a small gap, whatever, right? You're close enough that you got pretty much similar ways of seeing the world and doing things, similar places mentally, blah blah blah. But it really is no exaggeration that people that age really are still kids. Especially if Reiji's already in his 30s. Like, if 16, 17's legal here, and he's in like early 20s, whatever. Okay, it's kinda close. They're kind of in similar states of their adolescence. It can be exploitative. Maybe he's more on the immature side, we don't know. But it's kinda close, alright? So maybe some wiggle room. But by 30, he's got a totally, completely different life. I don't know about that, Chief.
一緒の方が暖かくていいじゃないか。
Don't make it the butterflies out again.
じゃあ、時坂さん。
Good night? Okay.
寝ているからっていやらしいことしないで。
Butterflies for good measure anyway. And then we get to bring her back home, be like, sorry, mom and uncle. We just went to the museum. Her 30-year-old teacher and her. And had to spend the night in an inn with a mixed bath. And stay the night. But it's fine, she didn't get murdered. They did tell me to continue taking care of her. Oh, don't Don't tell me. It's a classic plot. She came into contact with water, and now she's sick. Oh wait, but no. She's not just being an anime. She's also got that pre-existing condition. She has come off as a bit anemic at school, always napping at the nurse's office, and she goes to the Pathological Research Institute that her grandpa owns for health reasons. Toko skin, pale white, even under normal circumstances, is decidedly pallid.
Tokisaka-san, おはよう。
Turns out, her true identity is that of a snow woman.
大丈夫さ。このくらい。
Might be anemia?
多分、昨日のTokisaka-san が
What do oceanic invertebrates have to do with
激し
this?
すぎたからだよ。
Oh. Could be. That could count as comorbidity. Getting jostled on the train all day long. If that was his concern, he's already done plenty of jostling.
もう大丈夫だよ。
It's Tuesday after all. I don't know what the holidays are like in 1956 Japan, but late March, doesn't she still have school on a weekday?
心配をかけてしまったね。早くしないとまたここに泊まる羽目になってしまう。
Like she's gonna complain about that.
もちろん、私としては一向に構わないけれどね。大阪まで特急で出た方がいいのかな？
Osaka? Is that gonna get us to Tokyo faster? Just how far away do we go? I'm not quite an expert on Japan's geography.
心配いらないよ。朝よりはずっといいから。うん。あ、でもお腹が減っていたら気分が悪くなるかもしれないね。ほら、ママカリ寿司というのがあるよ。
Sushi?
時坂さんが買ってみればいいと思う
Simple but delicious. She's already boyfriended us, slyly making us buy her all the food.
私はそんなに食べられないから、時坂さんが残した分だけでいいよ。
Girlfriending all of our food, just buy it for ourselves. She'll taste the rest. If she's anemic though, no, we gotta get her whole meal. Worries came to nothing. Well, there you go. And then nothing bad ever happened. That's it. Murder solved. Had a nice date out. That's the game. No, it's not. It's the very last one.
もう一泊することにならなくてよかったよ。
Leaping their way across all the major cities of Japan.
気持ちとしてはさ、実際そんな余裕はなかったからね。明日も用事があるし。
Tomorrow, but tomorrow's Wednesday. Is there no school? Is school off for the week because of the murders?
あれ、妹さんから聞いていないのかい？明日は学院で復活祭の準備をするんだよ。
Oh wait, so you're telling me all this student-teacher relationship stuff is happening during Lent?
昨日が春分の日を過ぎて最初の満月だったからね。復活祭は今度の日曜日さ。
They have been doing this during Lent. Reiji, what about your
それで美術
sacrifices?
部でも準備をするのだけれど、どうやら顧問の佐伯教頭先生が来られないそうなんだ。
Of course, Vice Principal Seiki was the faculty advisor. They really only had 3 teachers. The Vice Principal, the murderer, and myself on temporary basis.
時坂先生なら時間は空いていると思ってね。妹さんに頼んでおいたんだけれど。
It's one thing if you were still on the faculty, but with the murders done, we put that job behind. We're no longer a part-time teacher. So we'd be coming in solely in the capacity of a 30-year-old adult boyfriend.
じゃあ明日よろしく頼むよ。思わない。
Just right off.
本当に忙しいとか面倒くさいとかそういう理由があるのなら断ってくれても構わないよ。
Giving us the option, but we gotta go be helpful.
思わない。
Not missing. Yukari survived, we've survived.
いえ、兄さんが帰ってこないのはいつものことですから。
Temperature dropped. Could hardly hide the fact I was on Otoko all the way in Karashiki. I mean, I guess the cat's out of the bag, huh? Where's Karashiki? Okayama? Seto Inland Sea? Shops the Beacon Historical Quarter? Oh, that's all the way down. Dang. A hard amber candy with an insect larva inside. Is that a candy or is that just amber? Commonly sold there, really?
どうもありがとうございます。
Oh, there you go. That's all we gotta do to get back in Sister's good graces. For fleeing to the opposite end of the country to have sex with her high school friend is bug candy. Be more careful. I think she means bring condoms, because even if you didn't take the cub inside option, you still do in round 2. I don't remember. I remember them asking about the museum trip, which is why it stuck out so much. But the eggs, I don't recall. It could be I've forgotten. No, she hasn't told us, and she's being cheeky. He's 30 after all. He's 30, so he's already going senile. Wait a second. Easter. Death and rebirth. That has been a theme, hasn't it? Or at least a theme mentioned? In regards to Momaya Shinzo's work? Oh, they're on spring break now, okay. That would explain the weekday escapes across the country. Easter egg. So that's the word for Easter egg. A number of boxes. How many eggs did they get?
あの箱を美術室まで
Carry those boxes to the yard. That's what I'm here for, not just to supervise, but to be the physical labor. Mm-hmm.
そのための男手ですから。
Yukari. You guys are the Kendo Club. You don't gotta be a man to be strong. Okay. I think I recall something happening in this room. So let me toss a save. We'll consider this block here to be the pre-intermission. And then page 2 to be intermission onwards. That's a lot of saves, just a day alone. First day was 1, 2, 3. And that was it. 3 saves. Here we had 1, 2, 3, 4, do over, do over, do over. And another. Then another. Suzuka!
いいじゃないのさ、別に。あゆもんだって来てるんだし。
Yeah, Ayamon's here. She's got muscle. She's for the Kendo Club.
こんにちは。ええ、私は元気です。以前からユイと一緒に来ていましたから。
The painting of the
それ
eggs.
に私も少しだけやってみたいと思ったんです。
This is gonna be boyfriend's first time doing Easter eggs. His first Easter outside the Jehovah's Witness cult.
いい心がけだね。だからトジコ言うな。てか、私絵下手だから。
But that's half the fun, Suzuka. It doesn't have to be Rembrandt on eggs. Just gotta be colored, just gotta have fun with it. Lack a sense of aesthetics.
なんでそうなると。
トジコ、そこの卵を持ってきてちょうだい。
ゆかりんまでトジコ言うな。
Too late, Suzuka. You're Tojiko to everybody.
おや、もう始めていたんだ。時坂先生もきちんと来てくれたんだね。感心感心。それではトウコ、早速準備に取り掛かるとしようか。
Toko the Lesser already hated Reiji since long before that. Simply being a man at the school, talking to Toko the Greater was enough.
ねえゆかりん、お塩って入れた方がいいのかな。
そうね、少しくらいのひびなら目立たないでしょうから。
I'm surprised they haven't ordered these eggs pre-boiled. Absolutely nothing to do.
暇そうだね、先生。じゃあ、先生も塗ってみるかい？
Try painting? Sure. Paintbrush across the back of my neck. We're in school and she's still being flirty? She's got no sense of subtlety.
どうこ
Pickling me at school.
急に大きな声を出して。
先生、嫌がってるから。
She's jealous. She's making that up.
そうなの、先生。
Mm-mm.
ゆで卵ができましたよ。
食べちゃダメだからね、先生。
But one or two eggs don't be missed, right?
私だって食べんよ。
And how many boxes do they get? If ever gets one or two.
廃棄処
Still,
分前の
nobody's
古い
gonna
卵で
notice?
すから、食べ べない方がいいと思うんですよ。
Old eggs about to be thrown away, then what's the point? Did they not eat the Easter eggs afterwards? It's like Halloween but for eggs. You find the eggs, you eat the eggs, you get sick. Did they not do that? And whatever eggs are left over, you got like egg salad sandwich for a week. Now that we aren't teachers anymore, we get the privilege of sleeping in class.
そっちこそ。何をしているんですか。皆さん帰られましたから、私たちも帰りますよ。ゆかりん、先生がいじめる。
Just sleep. You can't blame this on me.
兄さん、あまりトジコをいじめてはいけませんよ。
Did we tease, or did you just wake up? You called her a blockhead. But that's after our head got hit with her head.
だから二人ともトジコって呼ぶな。
Does that mean intermission's over? No, there's more murder. But we solved the murder. Kuska's dead. Night is silent, racket of people out flower gazing, row of trains. Another girl getting murdered. Gotta keep butterflies on standby just in case it's another bottom-up view of the corpse. Exquisite, white, translucent, and smooth. Ceremony. This one getting more ritual bent. Remove the unnecessary obstructions. Remove the parts that she lacks. An axe, a carving knife, or a saw. Saw leaves a fine surface. A little work with the plane and rasp and voila. But also take more time. And shavings to be considered. You can't call it shavings if it's human flesh. Carving knife is good for slice through flesh, but inadequate for bone. What about carving knife around the bone and then saw? The axe I used before is best. The axe I used before. Two possibilities here. Either Kuska had an accomplice who did the actual butcher work. No, because the POV of that killer was talking all about impurities. That was him. That was him doing his own shopping. Maybe this is the killer from 6 years ago? Is he back in play? Arms first or the legs? And then an option pops up for us to make the choice. Legs first and drain the blood? Cut the arms off and dress her like Venus de Milo? The legs. Better to remove these great encumbrances first. Which also increases the possibility that they give us a corpse from the badge up shot, so just in case. Raise the axe, bring it down at the base of her right thigh. Thonk. Strike harder or one cut through the bone. Oh, she's still alive, she's opening her eyes. Mouth opens and closes like a carp begging for food. It was right to choose her to be remade. Cut off a slice of flesh from her femur and stuff it into her mouth. No choice but to use a saw, just like I said. Use a carving knife first, then the saw for the hard work. Best of both worlds. Place a serrated blade of the bone visible through the friend of the flesh and pool. If this method will reduce the residue, but from now on, the saw. With each motion back and forth, her flesh pulls with the blade. So few words, but so vivid a visual. The wound's becoming tattered, oh no! The carving knife after all. The girl ceased her cries. With a finishing touch, some clay. On the previous one, let the flesh as it was, but the result was ugly. Coat the surface of her wound with this white clay, paper clay, to remodel her face. Song 10 Time May's murders. The boy dreamed the exact same dream every night. In his dream, he went to meet his mother in heaven. The boy set out through the forest towards heaven. But, as he was walking along the road, after a while, he sensed that he was approaching from behind. Is this another reference to the Divine Comedy? Looking for Beatrice out in the woods, and they get attacked by like a puma or something? He spun around, but didn't see anything. There was nothing but the darkness of the forest, closing in on all sides. Feeling a sense of dread, the boy broke into a run. He had heard that heaven and hell were neighbors. The boy was terrified that he might have strayed into hell. Thinking that made the darkness behind him seem monstrous. He sped up his pace still further. He kept going and going, but couldn't distance himself from the darkness. If anything, it seemed to be growing deeper. The boy kept on running. He pushed his way through the brush. Tree roots snatched at his feet, tripping him, but he frantically continued. And yet the darkness closed in right behind him. His foot caught in a hole of the earth. The boy tumbled to the ground. Intense pain shot through his ankle. The darkness settled over him, obscuring everything beyond the tip of his nose. The boy woke up, crying. He was in a dark room. He had a really scary dream, but he couldn't remember what it was about. The boy curled up into a ball on his futon and closed his eyes. Somehow, he knew that the terrifying face was close by. It all started, innocently enough. While she was making some fried food, some oil splashed out and burned her cheek. It wasn't even enough to sting. All the same, she got really upset. She put on several coats of face powder and went about every day wearing thick makeup, as though she were a courtesan. He couldn't stand the smell of that powder. That white face looked like the shell of an egg. She used to be a beautiful woman. That's what he felt when he looked at her. The other adults probably thought that as well. She was the boy's mother. His father was an eccentric man. He never properly exchanged words with his son. That's why the boy was always alone. Inside his futon, where he couldn't cause trouble to anyone else, was the only space in the world that offered some relief. Whose mind is that giving us a peek into? Still March, no time skip. Country in Africa declared independence. Small farm elementary school. Pieces of meat thought to be of human origin Discovered in various places. Evidence list. That's still ongoing. This stuff is done. Let's clear these out. All this. Case is closed. Dismemberment synopsis. Marshmallow needs paper. Nothing else new, that's it. That's all we know. No specifics.
兄さん、掃除しますのでそこをどいていただけますか？あ、月世界へ行かれるのでしたらコーヒー豆も買ってきてください。
It's our one job. It's our one errand around the house. So alright. We get the beans, and Yukari does everything else for the maintenance of this entire estate that her parents left us.
ええ、よろしくお願いしますね。
あ、時坂さん、いらっしゃいませ。ちょうど
She's
今、
given us a
魚住
bow,
さ
the
ん
one
いらっ
she's
しゃってい
wearing?
ますよ。
Well, Ozumi's here too. Off the clock, surely, right? Because our main case is done. A hulking Uozumi-esque form hunched over the counter.
入
You
られ
see,
ますか？
Reiji? The mama's got the hots for you? She's single, you guys are friends from ages back? If you're not gonna swoop in on that, then Grandpa Gumshoe is. Get a sty on them.
はい。そっと入れば大丈夫だと思います。
Innocent Hatsune gonna help us out?
でも、どうしてですか？
To spy on friends, that she never spied on friends before. A little people watching.
探偵さんって変わった方が多いですよね。
She would know. This is the second one in her life. Best not to ask what she's picturing. Who else could it be? She survived Katarga, so she's seen some stuff.
気づかれなかったみたいですね。
If this was a live action, she would be very obviously hunch walking over and then whispering loudly like this. We didn't get spotted! And a
か
cake.
しこまりました。
They have actual sponge cake here now, not just biscuits. So they really have expanded their menu?
Sakura はいつ頃まで咲いているのかしらね。
Starting off with Poetics Kyoko.
さあな、俺にはわからな
Not
い。
so poetic Ozumi.
魚住くんはお花見行ったの？
いや、そんな暇はない。
まだ忙しいの？
Oh, don't tell me. The dismemberment murders are gonna have you busy now. And by you, I mean me. A flat conversation. She's trying. She's trying her best. He can't help that he's overworked.
お待たせしました。なんで黙っているんですか？
Cause you're trying to be Snoopy.
そうなんですか？
Is that why Reiji hasn't hit on the absolute catch Kyoko? Because his other friend wants her?
よくいらっしゃるとは思っていましたけど。
あら、時坂くんじゃない。
Oh no, I've been spotted. She was too loud. Oh, he's blushing.
なんでてめえが
He's too sweet, just like Gumshoe. Must run in the family.
てめえ、いつ来やがった
We were here this whole time. We were sleeping in the back room.
大丈夫なの魚住くん。忙しい時こそ健康管理はしっかりしないと。
わかってる。
I mean, if we could see these blushing, surely she can too. Maybe she won't mind a taciturn man, you know? There's a type for everyone out there. And you never know, maybe he opens up more if they get an actual relationship going. I'm the same way, I'm super shy. I get tongue-tied too. But once the relationship gets going, then, you know, I'm comfortable with people, I can talk more.
一つ片付けや、また次の山が来やがる。
Nothing but free time until now. As for now, you sure? Yeah, but Toko's request isn't gonna pay all that well. He gets benefits, but how much is gonna get paid for this high schooler's job? I might start sulking. Oh, that's some really bad jokes I can make, but I'm not gonna relish in it.
ええ、わかったわ。しばらく待っていてちょうだいね。
Go home, kick back, read a book. We get a choice of books? Toko the Lesser. Is Toko the Lesser following me too now? She wants to be just like Toko the Greater? Does that include having to play Stalk the Detective, or worse, sleeping with him? To become exactly like him? Carrying a sketchbook. Oh no. She started some art to become close to Toko, but much like me and the old art girlfriend, she doesn't have any art ability of her own. Toko's in the art club. Truth behind why he killed Yui is unclear. Okay, that's all the news cleared out. Toko Tasukiyo. Toko the Greater. Toko the Lesser. Nothing about whether or not she's in the art club though. Sparkling at the corner of her eyes.
なんでもありません。
Oh, she's been crying.
いません。
Is it the jealousy? She hasn't been able to split us and Toko up? If anything, we got invited to school. She probably knows that we went halfway across the country for spring break. Toko wasn't there. Toko wasn't where?
今日、トーコと学院で会うか約束をしていたんです。
She got stood up.
でも、来なかったんです。え？それはそうですけれど。
Does she not have house privilege yet? We have house privilege. We got to meet the family. They told us to take care of her. They don't want to talk to us because they're going to make you do the right thing. And actually check up on your sickly friend. Habitually sickly. She's really never been. They have doorbells? Fancy. The door opens. It is Toko. I thought perhaps she was going to be at the clinic, maybe. Clinic? No, this is a clinic. Home/clinic. at the Research Institute.
Toko? 大丈夫なの？そんな顔色も悪いし。
So she hasn't recovered from the trip across the country?
先生とトウコなんて珍しい組み合わせだね。
Ever the tease. Well, this is her fault. She got her sensei to sleep with a Toko, and so if one Toko's around, one Toko will do. This is her fault.
風邪気味のようで。
That also sounds terrible. I take that back.
じゃあ寝ておかないと。
She could have
今日は
texted.
すまなかったね、トウコ。約束していたのに。
Sent a message over Discord that I'm feeling too sick today, not good to draw art.
どこ悪くないわ。
ええ、分かっているさ、時坂先生。
Maybe you could have posted to the Snap or the Instagram so her friends don't worry. Not just her.
トウコちゃん、そろそろ診察を。おや、時坂先生じゃありませんか。
Wow, totally ignoring Toko the Lesser. Looks right through her to say hi to me.
何かあったのですか？ああ、そうだったのですか。それはわざわざどうも。
では私は診察があるから。トウコ、時坂先生に送ってもらうといいよ。
どうかお大事にね。
ありがとう、トウコ。
Taking her to the park. We really are exchanging one Toko for another then. Then again, going anywhere means going to the park.
先生はどこのことどう思っているんですか？
She knows, doesn't she? That's why she's asking. She saw how playful Toko the Greater has been in the art room. The flirtiness, the teasy with the brush.
とぼけないでください。
The overnight
クラシッ
cross-country
クに行った
trip.
こと楽しそうに
She
話
knows
してい
about
ま
the
した。
trip.
先生も一緒だったのでしょ？
Just a chaperone, uh-huh.
そんなのただの言い訳じゃないですか。
Wondering that himself? Did he forget everything that happened? Could destroy their friendship?
私からどうこを取らないでください。私にはどうこしかいないんです。
This girl needs help. It's not just Toko being her friend. It's trying to wrap her entire identity around her to the point of trying to become her.
でもトウコは最近いつも先生のことばかり気にかけてる。でも
Don't you demo me. Treasures you the most. Now he is lying. Toko never had Toko home privileges though. Best friends, but she's never even been to her house.
それでも
She obsesses.
いえ、ごめんな
More
さ
than
い
you do.
先生。失礼します。
Games in which everybody needs therapy. Volume 55. Notebooks flashing. What do we get? Physical condition isn't so great again. Toko is everything to her. Can you be parasocial with your real life in-person best friend? Too old to call it love or affection. Dude, you're only 30. You can be 30 and in love. What's the implication here? If that's not love, are you just like using this teenager as a convenience? What should I do for now? There's no case going on. So we could stop by Moonworld again. Avoid the hospital at all costs. The Metropolitan Art Museum? We might as well see how Stella is doing. Get some relaxation time in. We just come to expect that she's never going to remember us.
そう、レイジだ。
Probably pretend so. She might have only remembered because you just told her.
うん、もちろん。
Doesn't have the slightest clue who I am. But already asking around about that?
お肉食べないから。脂身嫌い。
We could have stopped by to say hello. We're not even doing any work about the dismemberment case. Okay, so go see Kyoko, or see if anybody's at the park. Put to the park. We already got our beans. We got our beans, so everything we want here has been done. A familiar face by the shore of the pond. Toshiko.
あ、先生。私だってトジコじゃないやい。先生がトジコ言うのやめたら
We're not
私もやめたけ
Sensei.
ど。
She's not Tojiko. But I like Sensei. It makes me feel professional and mature. All the things Reiji isn't. Sensei it is.
あれ？あ、うん。一本締め切りが終わったから次の話の構想を練ろうと思ってさ。
Very industrious. She's professional. Is she going to use the murders of her friends and classmates as material?
そういや先生、今朝の新聞見たと？なんかさ、またバラバラがあったみたいで
Another
しょ？
dismemberment. Oh,
なん
right,
か知らないの？
right. You would count the previous ones as dismemberments too.
いいじゃない少しくらい。
She needs it for the
誰にも言わない
book.
からさ。
She won't tell anyone, just her literary audience.
うん、もちろん。大切なネタだからね。
Shameless.
じゃあさ、先生を小説に出してもいい？
Dude, you're gonna be famous.
冴えない探偵と美少女小説家の大冒険。
Bubbling detective, the beautiful young novelist. I don't know, I think it'd be a hit seller.
兄さん、お風呂が沸きましたよ。
That's like the two things people love, right? Novelist detectives and bumbling detectives.
何ですか？
What relationships do the Tokos have?
お友達ですよ。
And merely friends. Much to Toko's chagrin, whereas Toko isn't different. Toko cares, but Toko not so much.
ああ、S だと思われているんですね。
All this new hip lingo?
姉妹の S のことです。先輩と後輩の結びつきのことを言うのですけれど、極めて仲の良いお友達と言った方がいいかもしれませんね。私と綴り子は違いますよ。そうですね。
More
もっ
mental
と
or
精神的に
emotional?
つながっているというのでしょうか。男女間でいう恋人同士のような関係でしょうね。兄さんはそもそも
I
女
think she's
性の
obsessed.
心理というものを理解されていないのだと思いますよ。
He's saying that as if it's an actual assignment that she's actually going to pay for. And not just a confused teenage girl getting mixed up in something way above her. Investigate the family register? And then we could just ask. I'm sure they'll be forthcoming. They like her, they like me. We have rapport. Government office tomorrow. And get some sleep for now. Sounds good to me. The light and await moon. Now, I'm going to call it there. Because that is a good enough place to. It's been 6 hours. We got to solve one murder case for a given definition of solved. But no worries. If this thing could load. There's YouTube. But no worries, we'll come back to it next week. We'll start the next week off, beginning the dismemberment cases, or Toku's case, whichever one comes next. Though, spoilers, that was half the game just there. So this is the second half. The intermission does cut it. So there shouldn't be too much game left. Assuming we don't get caught again in an unskippable death cycle. Let's see who's online. Everybody, surprise surprise, is playing Elden Ring. It's the hottest new thing that just came out. So of course everyone's going to play it. But I see Mr. Shasta is playing Strong Bad's cool game for attractive people. Who doesn't love some good Homestar Runner? And Shasta is cool folk. Cool folk playing cool game. And it's kind of going from one adventure game to another. So I'll see you guys Mr. Shasta's side. Do enjoy the rest of your day and your weekend, and I'll see you guys next week. We'll do this Monday. Then play some more Sands of Salazar throughout the week. So look forward to it. Take care of yourselves. See ya.